Hey, Bifredo. Hello. Thank you for the resub. Hello, hello. I hope everything is fine in Neovim land. By the way, I haven't checked. Like, did you need anything else from all your code base? Were you able? Did you have a need to push to that repo? Like, were you able to leverage your new powers, which I believe I gave you, although I haven't checked, so I hope everything is fine and you don't have like a backlog of PRs that I didn't notice about. Hello, Neuroside. Oh, I did. Okay, cool. A portable build of get text for no platforms. Mm-hmm. Oh man, Neuroside. I actually am not sure. Um, I would say stick with the tagged version for a while more. I'm sorry. I need to get past this. Once I'm past this, then things will be nice. But I have no idea what the state is right now of Master, specifically with regards to Zig. I think it was like some, I don't know, magic version of Zig that now it's, I don't know, maybe even gone from CI. I see. No, keep in mind that it also doesn't have any of the new features. So yeah, you'll have to wait for this work cycle to be done. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's where I'm at. um, I did a little bit, a small amount of refactoring work yesterday after the stream. We have a concept of an element model. We have a concept of a content validation. I added a description field. So, for example, here you can see what these things will look like when I like slightly more complete. So, here's what I was thinking. Each element has a like the first section from MDN, basically a link to MDN, and then a link to the HTML spec. Then what else? Well, I would like to also to implement now the thing that shows descriptions in the editor. Why not? And then it's really a matter. So I want to implement that. I want to implement the same for attributes because attributes also have a description. Also, I had some questions in my mind about attributes because, for example, there are some attributes that are shared by multiple elements. For example, href is an attribute that is shared by multiple elements. But it turns out that href has different behavior depending on the element that it is in. So I was thinking instead of defining one element, I was thinking of defining basically href doesn't exist in a global manner, but every element that has href has its own copy of href. It's a little bit wasteful in a sense, but doing so will allow us to personalize descriptions based on the parent element, and maybe that's not a bad idea. It's not probably something that will be particularly needed a lot of time, but I don't know. Maybe it's good to have. So this is the work. Do we build? We don't build. Oh, right. We need to add a description to A. So the next step is add a description to A. And then what I was thinking is let's add something. Oh no, I see the problem. So adding something. Okay, so here's how we do it. We add a description to A, we save, we merge the PR that we got that added some features to Super HTML. We pull those changes locally. We resolve our conflicts locally because our changes here will conflict. And then after that is done, we continue developing LSP features. So we'll add the I don't know, get description, whatever it is, for element names. And then we have to implement autocomplete for attributes. So I think that today I'm going to do mostly non-data entry work. We implement these things. And then, and the reason why I want to do this is because I want to see what it will look like to add autocompletion for attributes. Okay, this is it. So let me put a countdown. Actually, you know what? We do not even need a countdown. I'm just gonna go get some tea and then I'll be right back. It's already made. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Okay, we need to give a description to the element A. Let's go. A element. Copy link. Um, HTML spec. MDN. And then we'll see. Anchor element. To be fair, we could not even hard code these things because they can be generated programmatically, I think. But that's fine. There we go. Okay. So we have a description to A. Are we happy now? No. Elements main. Oh, main also needs a description. I forgot that I implemented main. Oh no, I'm linking to the giant single page. I don't think I should do that. Oh shit. Oh no, it is multi-page. Well, okay, then this is it. Okay. Got a description. Are we happy now? No. P. Hello, what are you working on? I'm working on a language server for HTML. It's in the title. And I'm adding descriptions. And then I'm going to implement some new language server functionality that I don't have currently. Q. The heck? Paragraphs are block level elements and notably will automatically kill. Yeah, fuck off with that shit. We only write correct HTML in here. Okay, this guy also has a description. Are we happy now? Okay, we built. We're happy. So now that we build, let's merge that PR. Pull requests. Okay. So now I'm gonna merge auto stash. Well, I'm gonna git pull auto stash. Resulted in conflicts. Your changes are saved in the stash. You can run git stash pop. Oh, lsp.zig needs merge. Okay, so it made a copy in the stash, but then we are trying to merge. Okay. Okay. Text document rename. Updated upstream has 4 edits, comma ranges, star edit range. Well, my version has a bunch of things. Right, I think this is the extracted version. So I think we should keep that. And the reason is that get tags range, tag ranges was okay. And then there's another function where we're doing this. Is there not? Updated upstream. Yeah, okay. Are we good now? Right, this is now the new logic that we need to address. Okay, so basically I regressed. Actually, wait, do I have it? It's basically this code. Although, you know what? No, because the code has also changed. Okay, never mind. We don't try to save anything. We re-reason it, unfortunately. We have to think. It sucks. I wish didn't have to. But tag ranges takes it the LSP handler, an arena allocator, and a position in the text document. So it grabs the document, finds the offset, looks at errors, looks at the error tag for it to be .ast, which we don't care about anymore because now they're flat. And we say if tag is erroneous end tag, then we do stuff. This allocates a list of ranges. Oh, this is bad. Okay. If you have a node, So this should be updated logic. What else is wrong with this? Oh. Wizig build? Wizig build. So it seems that we have solved this. Okay. So we're good. Why did I change in extension.ts? Oh, this. Right. Okay, so in theory, we built and we have the new features, which I don't know if they're supported by Helix at all. Yeah, I don't think they are. But they might be supported by VS Code. Actually, they are, I think. Let's see. Yeah, look. One covers the other. It's not running tag anymore. What happened? Did we crash? Yeah. Oh, we hit a to do. Okay. Fair. Okay. We'll look into that in a moment. In any case, we merged the PR. So maybe there's going to be some adjustments needed, but we'll look into those in a bit. I do think that this guy should not allocate. Okay. So now that we did this, we can implement the, I don't know, description thingy, language server, language features, go to definition, go to declaration, go to implementation, prepare a hierarchy, document highlight, document link, document hover. The hover request is sent from the client to the server to request hover information of a given text document position. Yes. Marked string can be used to render human readable text. It's either a markdown string or a code block that provides a language and a code snippet. Deprecated use markup content instead. Code lens. I wish I knew what the heck it was a code lens, but they should. I wish they explained that shit, but they don't. So it's fine. Okay, I think we want to implement text document hover. Hover provider? Is that a thing? It is. Hover options. Work numbers. Oh. Okay. So we now are hover providers. We provide hover to the city. I'm gonna put it below completion. Text document position. That's it. Okay. Result type text document slash over. And so we want to return markup content, kind, markdown, and then value. Okay. On hover, right now we want, I guess we do want tag ranges. Well, more than tag ranges is actually just a single range. Wait, what is tag ranges doing? Given a position. Oh, this is trying to find also the closing tag, like the end tag. I see. I actually just want the first one, to be honest. I'm gonna copy this stuff. No, but this does find erroneous end tags. Yeah, the logic has to be different. Okay. Let's copy some stuff. Mm. Oh, there's nothing to allocate, man. Contents, markup content. Conlenses are information that is shown between the lines of actual code. Oh, right. From the spec, a code lines represents a command that should be shown along with source text, like the number of references and way to run tests. You're right. Now I remember what it is. Thank you. Yeah. I've seen it. I forgot that that's what that thing is called. Yeah, it's that shit. I don't know if I like it, but I get it. I mean, I don't mind some, let's say, like inline metadata. I don't hate when the thing tells you who modified which line on Git, for example, last. I do think that the Microsoft stuff tends to be too noisy, though. That said, okay. So description. So let's go implement description in our AST. So here we have completions, and below completions, let's have descriptions. Okay. Returns the node index whose start and end tag overlaps the provided offset. Returns 0 if the offset is outside the end start tag. So right now what we want is, oh man, this stuff can be totally deleted now. I don't know if that is what we want. For example, completions cheats because it knows that it can find this information inside the error array. In our case, we were not going to be able to. Yeah, we want this. The node index whose start and end tag overlaps with the provided offset returns 0 if the offset is outside the end start tag. So yeah. Otherwise, oh, you know what? This is actually cool because this means that here we can dispatch on element matching versus element name description versus attribute description, because attributes also have descriptions. So for now, we're going to just implement names. So the way it works is that we have the offset. We know that we are either in the end tag or in the start tag of that node. So I guess there's the start tag case and the end tag. And it's literally this. I mean, this guy could tell us also in which case we are. But it's okay. I guess here we can do the simple version. So if n.open.end is above offset, then we are in the start tag. Otherwise, we are in the end tag. Else. So if we are in the end tag, then we 100% want to return the node description. Sorry, the element description. So n does have a kind. So we assert that n.kind is element, and if n.kind is underscore return null, otherwise the element is going to be element dot I forget how I call that stuff. Elements. That makes sense. Okay, so for the end tag is easy. For the start tag, we need to do n dot start tag iterator. Do we ask that it's always an element? Yeah, we should ask her that this is always an element regardless. We don't even need the else. There we go. File modified by external process. God damn it. Space yank, reload. Okay. How are we doing? Unused function parameter, member function expected to arguments found one. Yeah, we need to fix LSP now. No field name content in start LSP types dot hover. Are you sure? Contents. Oh. Gregory, sorry, Geogori, you will see in a moment what I'm working on. As soon as I get to compiling. Unused function parameter. That is correct indeed. No field name. It's name span, isn't it? Okay. Restart the LSP. So now if I press space K, K is my thing to show docs under cursor. Not configure language server supports hover. Come on, man. You know what? Maybe we need to restart this because of it's a capability that needs restarting. No configure language server supports hover. Oh, whoops. I built the WASM version. That's on me. There we go. Maybe it should also have like some kind of title for main, although it is pretty clear. This the links are gone, so there's no concept of linking, unfortunately. Also, we're by clicking, we're moving this thing. Well, this is Helix. This is not me. This is Helix not doing a great job, but we can do it also on closing tags. D, we don't know what HTML elements represents a paragraph. Oh, did I forget to escape that? Yeah. If we forget to escape them, they get removed. Okay, so let's see what that looks like in VS Code. Mm. Mm. Actually, where do I see this kind of oh, hover is just by hovering. That makes sense, actually. Oh no. But I'm getting the super crappy hover by how do I get my own hover? I guess I need to disable the HTML extension. No, I don't want to install new ones. Wait, how is this even supposed to work? There we go. There we go. So we need to disable these things. Loading. Oh, we panicked. But that's because usually that's because we hit to dos. Did we panic because we hit a to do, or was it something else? Let's try again. Oh, there we go. This is my stuff. MDN HTML spec. And it sends you to the right place. Okay, so we have hover. Nothing for body. Nothing for div. Something for P. Oh, I know why we see nothing for the other ones. because I chose a syntax that looks like an HTML tag and it's getting sanitized. In element, we have this temporary element. Let's make it like, put it like this. And then for attributes, we also have the temporary documentation. Okay, build for WASM. Yeah, now we get the temporary description for things that we haven't done. Oh, reach unreachable code. So something pooped itself, but we don't know yet what it is. It's fine. I guess we'll find out eventually. Okay. I think we should wire in attributes at this point, like documentation for attributes. So the way it works is that in AST description, should say while it.next, and this is an attribute, if offset is lower no, we need to be more precise this time, I think. Actually, you know what? Also in this case, just to be sure. We'll do it this way, actually. Put this one second. Yeah, you know what? Let's turn this around as well. It's actually the better choice. Hmm. Oh, this is interesting. So this could be a global attribute, or it could be an attribute specific to an element. We don't know which is it yet. The problem is that right now we don't have a way of accessing these attributes from outside. Like a.zig has its own attributes. Hello, proper bug. Has its own attributes, and they exist in here, but these attributes are not defined or like linked to the element itself. So an element should have custom attributes. Yeah, and we need those here as well, not only in this case. There we go. So with this, we can go in AST and we can say, okay, the attribute model is going to be element. Oh, so I guess we try to get the element no matter what then. Because we do it here, so might as well do it here, huh? What is underscore underscore underscore? It's an enum tag that I use for invalid HTML elements that have a name that is not, one. I have an enum with all the valid HTML elements. So, but if you put a random name like a banana element, then I'll assign it the underscore 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 enum case. And I also use underscore 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 for web components. So web components are HTML elements that are custom defined in JavaScript by you. They must have a dash in the name. So if you do, I don't know, foo dash bar, that is not a invalid HTML element. That's a web component that it might be legitimate for you to define. So I don't show you an error in if I see that, but it is a unknown element. So right now I'm using underscore 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 to identify unknown elements, web components, and also foreign elements, elements that are part of SVG and the math ML spec, because right now I'm not implementing those. So I recognize them as unknown element, foreign elements, let's say. And right now underscore 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 is doing all these things. But I think I'll need to break it up into proper invalid and proper foreign. SVG LSP when? Well, actually, I mean, so far it looks like we're getting there. Okay, so with this, we should have wired in attribute descriptions. Let's see what is wrong. All right, we need to update all our elements to explicitly show their attributes. And you know what? Let's give it a default value now in AST then. sorry, in element, because plenty of those will not have any. B doesn't have any. P doesn't have any. Main doesn't have any. HTML doesn't have any. Yeah, to be honest, A is the only element that has special needs. Okay, let's build WASM. We're not quite there yet, huh? No Finland custom authors in struct element, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Expected tag iterator found const. Oh, right. I forgot that I had to make it const before, and now we need to turn it back into var. I'm new to coding. What exactly are you making? I am making this. A tool that gives you information about HTML. So we should be hovering on style, but we're not showing anything. That's not good. Let's try with access key. Wait, is it not access key? Man, I'm really forgetting all my thingies. Oh, right. Wait. We haven't implemented it all though. Wait a second. We need to grab the attribute from the attributes specific to this element. But if that doesn't work, then we should do attribute dot global dot get. And you know what? There you go. And we do not have attribute in here. Okay. Let's see if this goes any better. And also, let's take a look at what we have implemented. Access key. Okay, access key is what we implemented. Close this. Try again. Maybe we can do it here. No, we panicked already. Oh, you know why? I know why we were panicking, because because autocomplete is not implemented and it's panicking right now. LSP completion, blah blah blah. We're calling into doc.html completion, which panics with to do. For now, let's do this. If true, return null. So this should avoid the panic. Okay, let's see how we do. Oh, there we go. Invalid attribute for this element. No, this is the error. What about this? There we go. Temp global attribute. So I haven't filed in all the information for all these things. So we have panic though. Okay, so there's something else that makes us panic. Interesting. Oh, you know what? We might be hovering on text. Oh yeah, you know what? I think it's the asser that is an element that is stripping, which is good because it's showing us that an assumption that we're making is wrong. So let's go in AST, and in description here we are asserting that it is element, but we should also do this: if n dot kind is yeah, you know what? Because this is gonna find also other things. Let's do it this way. Instead of asserting, we do if n dot kind is different than if not is element, or there you go, return now. Okay, so I think that is the assertion that is stripping. Okay, temporary global attribute. Then what we want to say next is let's give access key to something. Missing attribute value. Yes. So this is okay like this. Oh no. We panicked and we couldn't get to the over. This is bad. And unfortunately, we don't see the stack trace, so that's bad. It's double bad. But okay, you can see that when we're not editing, tokenizer utter count kind is null null null. This is sus. Oh, but no, this is the tokenizer that's like creating these things, so that's fine. In any case, we do have overing. The access key, this is me. The access key global attribute provides a hint for generating a keyboard shortcut for the current element. So we have hover for both element names and attributes. So this seems good. This seems good. Okay, next is implementing completions. Like we need to restore completion functionality. Let's see, I don't know any HTML. I know a little C++ and Java, and I'm learning a bit of Python for college. So this is something new. Yeah, so basically I'm programming in Zig. I'm using a low-level programming language. Think of it as similar to C++, although with some very important differences. And I'm using it to create, tooling for HTML. What the heck happened here? Okay. Yeah, let's restore some of the autocompletions logic. So no more panic to do in LSP. No more return null in completion. So we ask AST to provide us with completions given an offset. Okay, and in our case, so how does it work first? when looking at completions, if error tag is different than token and offset is not the start location, then we continue. So we only look at token errors, syntax errors, basically, that are located where we are, which makes sense. Parent index nodes. If it's not an element, we break. Then here's a tokenizer. And we're using that to get a rule. Okay, so this is super messy. This stuff is now different. Thank God. So we look at the parent node and we say, well, okay, what did we recognize the parent node as? And the answer is its kind. Then the next question is, okay, let's grab the element model. So element, I'm just going to do E. So the element is going to be element.elements get. We should also do this, I think. If is not element or parent node.kind is underscore underscore underscore, then break. Okay, so we get parent node dot kind. We have the element. And then the question is, how do the completions work for this element? Are they simple or are they complicated? Okay, so this stuff can really be removed. So I guess the answer is if E. Ooh, wait, that's not even it. You know what? This is a little bit too simplistic because the question is does this incomplete element are we looking at, are we trying to complete the attribute name, sorry, the element name, or are we trying to complete an attribute? Because this original code was hardcore assuming that we were trying to complete a element name. So I guess we should look on the left and say, are we seeing a diamond bracket or a diamond bracket slash? And we use that to decide. I think if we find an element, we should break. Also, this is breaking and returning nothing. Expect.html.element found void. Where the heck did you find void? there's a continue, there's a return, and here is a break with a value that is most definitely not void. What are you smoking? Well, okay. If the loop terminates, oh, you're right, the else. Return now. Return everything. Thank you. Right. Okay. So is it really looking to for bytes to the left the best thing we can do? Yeah. We could attempt a start tag iterator. The problem is that they will assume that we're running it on a well-formed start tag. It's not designed to work on a start tag that might fail. Also, we are somewhere in this node. Oh, right. Oh man. Right. Here's an important thing. We are in this node. We are somewhere in this node. So actually this is the parent element. It's the element that we are inside of. This is gonna be complicated. I guess the question is this. Yeah, okay, I think this is how we model it. Are we somewhere in the body, or are we in the start tag of node IDX? Oh, we don't just need the element, we need the element and the error. Sorry, the node ID. Okay. There might be, I think I will need to look at some corner cases manually and see how it behaves, but I think this should be the general gist. Okay, the else case would be autocompletions for element names nested inside of element. So what are the completions for a element then in terms of children? Let's see. Depends on the content model. If it is static, we know what it accepts. If it's dynamic, we have to ask it. Also, content validation is complicated sometimes. Wait, it's manually. So manually. By doing things recursively, we were not doing bad the last time in some ways. I guess we can, I don't know, do it in a simple way this time. See, is this function basically just going to be passed to the completions handler? There's a good bit more to a completion item than name. Will completions request compute other stuff separately? Here I just compute tag names, and then there's the upper layer, which is what calls us, that takes our list of names and maps them to completion items. For now, I haven't had the need to provide any other particular metadata. Also, I manage the sorting in here. So if I need special sorting, I do it in here. As I was saying, so far I haven't had a need to do anything different, but maybe we should at some point. For example, I don't know, kind of completion item that doesn't seem interesting. What are the options? Text, method, function, construction, field, interface, module, property. Okay, this stuff is not interesting for us right now. Tags also don't seem particularly interesting. It seems that you can only say that something is deprecated or not, and maybe there is a concept of deprecated attributes. I'm not even sure. Deprecated tags that are not supported, we don't even suggest, so we don't list them at all. Details. So in details, you could argue that we could put a description. For now, it didn't seem necessary, but yeah, that is something that we could do. Or documentation. Okay, so documentation allows you to put also markdown. So we could show the markdown stuff in here, but I don't know, it seems overkill. That said, I might change my mind, but it's fine. We can do it bit by bit. Deprecated is deprecated. Pre-select. Sort text, filter text, insert text format, text edit, additional text edits, commit characters. So far, this has been it. Also, I should probably distinguish between completions. Completions should probably not return a list now, only a list, but also an enum that tells you if it's suggesting completions for tag names or attributes. And I think that for attributes, we want also closing diamond bracket. Actually, we want closing diamond bracket also for this one, I think. Closing diamond bracket and equal sign to be all, like, we basically want to add equal sign in the case that the completions are for attributes, I think. Okay, so I was wondering how should we provide this information for what children are allowed. So the problem is this. Previously, I had explicit lists of items for things. For example, let's say that you accept a given item element accepts phrasing content. I had an explicit list of phrasing content thingies. and now I don't anymore. Hmm. And then there's the problem that maybe you do accept phrasing content, but there's some extra restriction that you have inherited from a parent. Then we might need to deal with. Yeah, the part is a little bit annoying, but let's get started with the basic stuff. Let's just not, at least let's match. So we can match the static model, but the problem is that if it is dynamic, then if it is dynamic, then also what is suggestible has to be dynamic. So here, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that basically um, completions in this sense are in here. So I was thinking that maybe content suggestions should be in here like a separate thing, but it really cannot. I mean, it can actually, you know what? I take it back. It totally can. It's just that if this is static, then this is also static. I think that there is a one-to-one matching, right? If the content model is dynamic, then so let's change it like this. Validate completions. Okay, what about attributes? What about attributes? I think generally speaking, attributes are either static or, well, I think so far the most complicated attribute related stuff that I've seen is A. So A becomes interactive if you give it an href attribute. So in theory, if we are in a context where interactive is not okay, we should not suggest href. So this means that also attributes I'm guessing then we leave the decision, or like I guess, okay, so here's how it works. The validity, the completions callback accepts an enum that tells it whether we are trying to suggest a piece of content, or an attribute, and it has to do both things at once. They're kind of intertwined. So I guess it has to be like this. So GPA allocator. Actually, it should be an arena in this case. Allocator source. Node index. Well, we have the node itself, but it's fine. like this. And if it's static, then we're going to implement the static behavior immediately here. So if it's dynamic, this dynamic.validate now. Validate content, validate authors. HTML AST. So completions looks into errors. Oh, you know also what's interesting? There won't be an error for attributes. Now that I think about it. Actually, if you're trying to do auto-completion for an attribute, that is most definitely not an error. So actually, everything that we get from here can only be auto-completion for content. Yeah. Either completions, AST, arena, AST, source. We give it offset. Do we give it offset? Yeah. Let's give it offset. I think this is gonna be useful. And we should give it parent IDX. Okay, there we go. Actually, we can implement it. It should be easy. So it's node IDX is find node IDX. What was it? Find node tags IDX. So if we can find it, we return an empty list. If we do find it, it has to be an element. But if node is 0, okay. And then Then we should check if it's the opening tag. If offset is greater or equal n dot open dot end, there nothing. Okay, so we are in the start tag somewhere. So now we can do this. Return E. Oh wait, we don't have E now. We need to grab E. But we don't have some validation word, so we should also do mode. Actually, we could pass down the span. How does that work? Maybe we should have two functions. One is for attributes, and one is for content. Content completions, author completions. Yeah, and they have slightly different signatures. Although we do unify these things when we're calling the other thing. Low infinite coder. Maybe they should be all different functions. Nah, I think it's fine. They can share the same signature and do a little bit of extra work again. Or alternatively, we skip this and we do it, well, I think it's fine. Okay. So there you go. Okay. Now in element, we need to have a function called completions, validate content, validate authors. Oh, interesting. Do we make it in line? Yeah, we should. Okay, completions in this here. Where is this enum? Make it a type. Completion mode. Okay. And we're missing the element itself. Okay. So we switch element of model, and it can be static or dynamic. Let's implement static. Or you know what? Let's just return an empty thing. Okay, if it's static, what do we do? If it is static, we look at the available at the content model for this node that is currently active. And that's it. Honestly, that's kind of it. You know, I think we can do it even like this. Return as dot content dot completions. Straight up. Because the idea is that we can ask, basically we can have the content model give us the list of tags immediately. Although, you know what, this is more like element knowledge than this. Yeah, no, this should be more like attribute dot list. Kind of like this. We want attribute to list these guys. Arena, pass down the arena as well. Like this is it. If it's dynamic instead, we want to do dynamic dot completions. Oh, we're missing the AST. Also, I'm thinking immediately of attributes. What am I doing? Uh, this depends on the mode. In attribute mode, we do that. In content mode, we need to decide what to do. Down here, we do pass the mode. So for content, it's more like element.list. Yeah, so this is it. For attributes, it's different. For attributes, for attributes, we want for attributes, we want, this has nothing to do with it. For attributes, we basically want to take the global attributes, the custom attributes, and make a list out of those actually. So I think we should do it in here explicitly. Yeah. This should be. We might want to have a method though for this. Yeah, I think attributes can deal with this. The problem is that we need to deal with sorting, where um yeah, no, we don't want to deal with sorting. That's the fucking problem though. Okay, the problem right now is this. Let's go to A, for example. The problem is that we have here attributes. But the sorting here is not the sorting that this map will have. Also, wait a second, because for attributes, now that I think about it, we need to take out attributes that we already used. Oh god. Ooh. We need to take out attributes that are already written down from our suggestion list. So it means that we need to I think we need a function in here. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, not in here strictly, in attribute. Yeah, I think attribute needs to have in here a function completions. That does the filtering. And ideally, we don't want to do the sorting though. We really do not want to do the sorting. And so, for example, for global attributes, we want to have like a set somehow that says whether they're present or not. Because the problem is that we're going to find them in the source code and it will be out of order. So we can use this map. But then we also need a sorted version of these things. And they need to also have a Boolean. Yeah, okay, we need to sort this stuff out. Give me a second. I'll need I'm thinking a tea refill and then I'll come back. I'm back. I think that attributes and elements have shared the same problem, and I think we can do something cool about it. I guess let's implement a simple case first, and then we go from there as a starting point. Okay, let's say that with completions, we only check this against the globals for now as a starting point. So how would that look like? We can do it like this. Var items is try arena, no, try std dot array list unmanaged dot init. Actually, list unmanaged of constituate equals empty. Try items dot ensure total capacity. Arena new capacity is going to be global.keys.len. Okay, then what does const suite mean? It's an array. Well, it's a slice of strings. U8 is a byte. Slice, a constant slice of bytes is a string, colloquially speaking. Not all the time, but colloquially speaking, it's a string. It is in my case. And then at least a constant slice of those things is a constant slice of strings. So I'm basically, my completions are going to be a list of attribute names. So Get a start tag. I want a tokenizer. I think it's easier at this point. Actually, this is not just a tokenizer. This is a AST.start tag tokenizer. Does it exist? What is it, that weirdo thing? Start tag iterator. Oh, what is it? Tag iterator. Okay. TIT. Let's go with STC. Okay, so hello everybody. So when we look at attributes, we do this. This is a problem because we would like to buffer these things. Fuck. I think the only solution is really to Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that attributes need to have a temp field. Temp scene. Used by completions. Used when computing completions. Yeah, it has a temp scene. So we don't do any of this. Q, is there a reason why sometimes functions accept an allocator called the argument GPA and sometimes arena? Yes, there are definitely. It's the usage pattern that you're implying. When you're passing around a GPA, so when you accept a GPA, the assumption is that when you allocate something, then either there is a well-formed way of de-initting it to let the caller de-init what you allocated, or you clean up after yourself. So the idea is that a GPA allocator needs to have well-defined ownership semantics. So for example, let's say that here I allocate something temporary. If I were to accept a GPA and I have my temporary allocation, then for correctness, I'm expected at the end, I have to do defer, whatever dot the init GPA. But if I accept an arena, then I won't do this. The idea is that when you accept an arena, you're explicitly saying, I will use this allocator as an arena. So I'm not going to track my allocations. And there is no well-defined way of freeing what I've allocated except then to reset the arena. Now, as I'm describing it, it seems that maybe this is like precise versus sloppy. this is not a matter of preciseness versus sloppiness, or rather, I guess it can be if you write things sloppily. But some other times, it's more complicated than this. Sometimes you do it for efficiency. So there might be a case where, for example, you have to put somewhere, you do, let's say that I have an array list. So I have my list and I do dot append, and I switch on a condition, and if it's A, then I allocate a string. So std.fm alloc fmt alloc print. Sorry, std fmt.alloc print, and I alloc print in on the allocator, something. But in another case, it might be, in the case of B, it may be that I'm going to return a hard-coded string. So here's the problem. If I'm mixing in this list heap allocated pointers and pointers to static memory, or maybe, there's also .c and it's memory that it is heap allocated, but it's managed by something else. So foo.description, I don't know. So these are all three different cases, but I am losing information about where these strings come from. So what is my point? My point is that if I lose this, let's call it quote unquote provenance tracking of these allocations. Well, this is an allocation. This is not an allocation. This might or might not be an allocation. We might not even know. So since I don't know what's up with this stuff, then the idea is that I want to accept an arena allocator. Like, this is an algorithm where we don't want, like, for example, one way of making this work is that I could copy everything. Like, I could every single time copy this and copy this, make a new copy of everything. And so that way we know that when we init this list, we have to free every single element in it. But for performance, we don't want to do this. So if already well-formed string is good enough, let's keep using what we already have. Let's not make a copy of it for no reason. So this is what, so when you have this memory management style, then you want to accept an arena allocator explicitly and communicate that you're going to treat it, like, you expect the caller to be able to do cleanup with an arena, because there's not going to be a well-defined deinit method that will free what you made. I hope that this explanation makes sense. Sorry, I became a bit rambly at some point. But this is the idea. So you're trying to communicate intent. And that said, when you accept a GPA, somebody could give you an arena. So that could also be a possibility. And in that case, it's fine, because you will try to do the init, it's a no-op, and then it's up to the caller to decide what to do with their arena. So this is generally the idea. When you mix strings, strings is the quintessential example, but it doesn't have to be strings necessarily. But when you mix them and you don't want to track their provenance, or you don't want to copy them all the time, every single time, to homogenize the fact that they can be freed, then as you init the array list, then you ask for an arena and you kind of communicate that there's just no, you're not doing like I don't know, ownership tracking, and so you expect that style of allocator. Okay, so for completions, we do this. For each attribute, we do this. Const hello to step after pointer is going to be global dot get ptr of const name equals utter dot name dot slice source. We do get ptr of name. If utter ptr dot stamp scene If it was not seen before, then we have a counter here. This is the scene count. Oh, this is delightful. I think this is going to simplify some other things. Okay, so scene count. Goes up. And after pointer dot temp scene equals true. Okay. So with this, we have the scene. We are tracking the number of things that were seen. We're tracking which ones were seen. And so now we can do this. We can do const items is going to be a try arena dot alloc. So we just do one allocation of size global dot keys. Actually, you know what? Const values is global dot values. We're gonna need it in a moment. So do values.len, and then we do for items it. Well, no, actually, we want also keys. Never mind. And a scene count. So now it's keys and values. If the temp scene this we should have set by pointer so that we can set it. So we set it back for the next time. And if it was not seen, then we set it in items. Items at idx equals a and idx plus equals 1. So this is perfect. And then here we can assert the invariant that assert that idx here is equal to items.len. Didn't have assert. Okay, we assert the invariant, and then we're done. Return items. Are we making a completion list of HTML tag names right now? Almost. I'm looking into attributes, but this stuff is like gonna be the same thing also at the level of tag names. I'm doing attributes first because I've never done them, so I wanted to tackle this case. But yeah, no, this is so good. This is so freaking good. it's single threaded only. Oh, you know what I'm realizing? Yeah. By doing this, I'm making this single threaded only. Is this okay? This is not okay. Fuck. This is not okay because yeah, this is in some ways genius, in some others dumb. Man, this was okay. On one hand, this was such a clever solution for efficiency, but that prevents us, that forces us to be single threaded. And I was aware of this, and I was thinking, yeah, that's fine, and it is fine for the language server. Guess though when it is not fine in Zine. In Zine, it's definitely not fine. It can be made thread local in Zine, so we could do some thread local shenanigans here, and it should work. But I don't want my stuff to have these kind of bugs in it. I don't want that. I so do not want that. Okay, so we're gonna need to implement a real version of this. Actually, we could receive scene attributes so that we don't have to recreate it every single time. We could expect to be provided it. Why is thread safety needed again? So here's what I was doing is trying to get sneaky and clever with global memory in order to avoid allocations like extra bookkeeping. The problem is that now I'm looking at a single AST makes you touch global memory. So it means that the same AST cannot be shared by multiple threads, because if multiple threads try to call completions at the same time, then they will have trouble. I could use thread locals to kind of make this work. But then if you're not doing that, but you're doing some other kind of, like if you're doing green threads, for example, then actually it wouldn't be a problem in that case, because we're not doing IO in here. In any case, it's not great. It's not great. That said, it is also true. It is also true that it's silly. No, the problem is not allocators. The problem is me trying to avoid allocating memory because, so let me put it this way. Okay, we're looking at a star tag. So the element is called foo and it has A, B, C, and D. And we're here and we're trying to offer you completion lists. So let's say that foo allows attributes from A to, I don't know, well, all the letters of the alphabet, for example. So what we want to suggest then is all the letters of the alphabet except the ones that we've already seen. So let's make it like this: A, Z, Y, B. Okay, so what is the problem now? The problem is this. I need somehow to know which ones we've seen and, in a sense, quote unquote, subtract them from the set of all possible tags. The problem is as follows, though. One, we have multiple sets. There's a global list of attributes, and then there are some that are per element. Two, well, we need to know which ones we've seen, but you know what? This like, for simplicity right now, I'm only implementing globals, so I'm not thinking about the other stuff. So there's a second problem. How do we write down which ones we've seen? Keep in mind that these cannot be random ones. They have to be part of the list. If they're like if it's like I don't know, an attribute that is not part of the list, we can safely ignore it. It doesn't matter. So that means that the naive version would be that we can create like a string hash map where we store the ones that we've seen. The problem with this is that it's actually smarter to do the opposite. It's actually, I think, better to somehow mark as seen elements from a static map, in a sense, which is what I was trying to do earlier with temp scene. Because I don't think we want, like, if we can avoid it, we don't want to create a dynamic hash map that has to deal with all these things that it doesn't know anything about. We technically know what is the full set of possible things. So it's just a matter of doing it in the correct way. And also, I said that this stuff is statically known, but it's statically known to a degree because, as I said, there's like the per element stuff and the global stuff, and we don't know precisely. Like we want to have, we don't want to be fully generic where we specialize this function for everything. Bitset is not allocated, yes, but bitset requires, so this is the problem with bitset. Bitset is not stack allocated, but it does require basically enums. Right now I don't have enums. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I get what you meant. The problem is that right now we don't have enums. Maybe we should have enums. The problem is that we cannot have a global enum set. We'll need to have like enums per element enums, basically. We could give a unique number, but even then. So yeah, okay, so here's what we could do then. We could do this. Every time we see an attribute, we match it, and instead of get pointer, we do get index. So we now have the index in the keys array that we matched with. What do we do with that information? We can put it in a number set. We also know that that number is going to be not huge. Like the set is going to be small. Maybe that's what we want. We want to put it in a sorted set of numbers. We put it in a sorted set of numbers. And then we run at the same time on the sorted set of numbers on the keys array, and then we use that information to decide whether to put them in or not. And then we do a run of sorting at the end. The problem is some attributes don't want alphabetical sorting. Some attributes want a different kind of sorting. So we kind of would like to do this thing not in order, but rather random access in theory. But again, these things are always very short. I think we need enums though for these attributes. I don't think we can stay without. Because, well, in any case, we need something that gives us sorting. That's for sure. But the problem is that, no, okay, so I was saying that we want enums. The problem is that even though we would like to have enums, enums are generic. They're too generic. So no, we don't want enums. We want a list of names. Yeah. We want a list of names. I think I'm starting to get there. Let's do that here. So here we have all the names embedded in here, but I don't think we want that. Yeah, you know what? I think we basically want this argument here as a separate accessible value. So this is not working so far. Oh, I have probably an error up above. What's your problem? Excessive expression found. Oh, yeah. Okay. To have global and global as a list. So what can we do with global as a list? So now this thing has a length and our sorting, and what we can do in the map is, yeah, this is what we want. We want the map to contain a index to where it lives in its own list, basically. Which we can do by giving it a property to attribute, and then we set it here, or we force it here. The problem is that these things are all temp. Holy cow. Okay, I think we're starting to get somewhere. I guess the number that I can use the pointers also, I think. But they would need to be sorted alphabetically somehow. And I don't think they will be. Okay, I thought I had something, but now I'm getting kind of lost. So we get the index from global. That allows us to access the key pointer. And the key pointers is what we put in our map, I guess. Which can be a sorted array. But sorted by what? It would have to be sorted alphabetically. But we don't have this information really anywhere at our disposal. I think that we can give an ID to each attribute. And the idea is what we put in here. So let's assume that they have an ID. So we get index. Okay. And then what do? We get the index. Again, assuming that there's this property present in, so actually this can just be get, and this is value. Okay, so let's say we can do this. So the attribute knows its position in the list of names. Then what do we do here? We basically need to allocate. We need to allocate a list of these things, each with a boolean. So we make basically an array of boolean of the same length. Okay, so const scene scene array or just scene. Okay. Okay. So we can do this. And we also have count. Just say if not seen. Minus scene count. And then for scene, no, because items, okay, so items does need to have its own thingy. This is not going to be key values, but it's going to be scene and the global list. If not seen, becomes caveat 0. This makes sense. So this forces us to do an allocation, but we're allocating a Boolean thing. We're not allocating a hash map. Okay, so we need to fix other things though, for sure. Not allowed between container fields. What the heck did I do? Both are here? The fuck? There you go. That's how it is. But it really hinges on the fact that the attribute model knows which list it's in, and we cannot share attribute models between attributes. And I think I accepted that fact. And that's fine. We only have like the ones that are shared by everybody, which go into the global list, and the rest. Okay. And use local content, local thingy. Yeah. Okay. The only problem here is that the attribute model does not have its list index. Now we do this, but there should be a complaint in theory because we are not setting this property for a lot of cases. Missing start field list index, yes. And then I use function parameter offsetting element, okay. Is the global list long? Maybe use a dynamic bit set instead of pools. Good point. But yeah, we would be saving memory, but we would do more operations, but that's maybe fine. So is it long? So far it's not super long. It has what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. It has 26 elements. There's a bunch more. It's probably about 60 total. So we could do, instead of 60 bytes, let's say 64. Instead of 64 bytes, we could do 64 bits, 8 bytes. Maybe not a bad idea. Some masking would be required, but yeah. Okay, so this is it. I think yeah, so we have the problem with attributes. So how do we do this? Does it would be nice to, oh, by the way, this now can't be like this. Now this has to be function temp idx u32 turns on attribute. It has to be like this, basically. Yeah. So what was it? std dot dynamic bit set. Bit set. There's a bit stack. What's a bit stack? No, we do not pushing and popping. What other bit things do we have? Oh, dynamic bit set. There we go. A bit set of an untime known size by allocated slice of u size. The allocator must be tracked externally by the user. Init empty, init full. Resize, we don't care. Clone capacity is set count. But count does math. Yeah. Set. Okay, let's try this. I think there's nothing wrong in keeping our count up. Okay. Somehow this could be done better, but it's okay. Okay. Right, this can just be dynamic. Actually, what did they call this stuff? Validate incompletions. Okay. Use function parameter, and then anyway, the zig expected type ad hoc inferred error set blah 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 found void. Yeah. Why not static bit set? Oh, static bit set. Well, is static bit set expected to be computed? Is expected to have compile time known length? Where is static bit set? I guess in here. Let's see, integer bit set, a bit set with a static size, array bit set, static size, static bit set, picks either integer bit set or array bit set depending on the requested size. Okay, so I see. Global attributes have a comp time known length, correct. But the other attributes are not. So, so yes, we could use a static bit set for globals, but we cannot for the other ones. So it's fine. Okay, thank you for pointing it out. I'll think about it once I start making this design more real. Okay, what's the problem? Completions. Right. So what do we do if it's attributes? If it's attributes, a max size for all non-global. Yeah, I could. That is true. I could make a single one and then kind of offset them. So we do the global ones, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we could get clever with that a little bit. So sure. Okay, static attributes. What do we call? We call attribute dot completions. Once the arena, once the source, and once a STT. We currently do not have an STT, but we can grab it. It's ast.nodes at node index dot start tag iterator. Okay. Do we want anything else? No, this is it. Element doesn't have list. Yeah. About that. You know what? Let's return nothing for now. Expected for arguments found 5. Yes, because we forgot to put in there the AST. Actually, we can just copy it. How big is the AST? There's not much in it, is there? Yeah, you guys should come up top. Language, nodes, errors. Couple slices. Well, that's a lot of bytes. That's like 16 bytes, 32 bytes for the 2 slices. Ah, fuck it. Let's leave it as is. I'm not even sure we need the full AST. That's something that we should is actually to be decided. In any case, unused capture. Yeah, that is true. Because we need to give also the custom attributes. So s.attribute. Well, now, okay, it's a constant pointer. Oh, here's the problem though. With these other attributes, we have. Well, I guess we would need to have both the list and the list of names. Okay, I'm slowly starting to understand what my things should be. Well, you know what? Any type for now, and then we discard it. okay, let's not worry about it for now because we only care about the other one. So we're writing in the thing because it might be needed. But yeah. Okay. Oh, the AST. Okay, so we build. Let's double check that we know what we're doing. So the plan is starting from LSP. We get a completion request. We compute in which case we are. Well, actually, no. We get the document and then we immediately go down to it. Okay, so we call in here. And here we do this. So log.debug. Completions. Content. And in here we say completions authors. So a little bit of logging to see which way we're going. Then right now we implemented attributes. So attributes is the one that we care about. So in any case, we call completions on element. And completions on element will say, okay, is this model a static model? If so, I'm going to call attribute completions, passing down any extra attributes that they might have. If instead it's dynamic, then we call the callback. But the callback has not been implemented. Like A will return nothing. So we care about attribute completions. So completions for global attributes in a normal element. So that means basically any element except for A or maybe HTML. I don't know. So in any case, for the non-A, let's use div for this stuff. So the idea is that then we go in here. We have a dynamic bit set. We look at the mapping that we have from names to attributes in the global map. We grab the index in the sorted list of attributes. And then we use that to output stuff. Okay, so this is the plan. Let's build non-WASM. Have you completed the radix 3 implementation? So the radix 3 implementation is complete in terms of it supports adding and removing and getting elements. Sorry, I don't think it supports removing. I think it only supports adding. No, it does. So it supports adding, removing, and getting elements. I haven't implemented search because I didn't care about that. I wanted to benchmark memory usage and insertion and single item search performance against the C version. And it's slightly worse, my version, but I cannot use packed structs because of a bug in the Z compiler. So I'm waiting for the compiler to fix packed structs, more specifically field parent pointer inside of packed structs. And once that's done, I will be able to do the final benchmark and decide if my abstraction is worth it or not based on that. Although I have more complicated feelings about it, but we'll get there when we get there. So now I'm pushing forward with the language server. Okay. LSP restart. We have the LSP. we have everything else. So now I'm gonna do set autocompletion true, and we want autocompletion in. Let's do it on a div maybe. So we're still fine. Oh, you know what the problem is? I think we need to say that space can be something that triggers autocompletion. In our LSP config, these for now, they trigger characters, but we also need space. And new line, actually. Trigger characters are those. Yes. No, for tab, it should not be the case. Because why would you be tabbing inside of this guy? Okay, so we need to simplify this thing. Okay, we are not. Here I press the space and it did not suggest anything. Let me restart everything for real. There are people with particular tastes. That would be very weird. And the problem is that that would specify the experience of everybody else who doesn't have such particular tastes. So are we triggering the autocompletion? I guess we need some logging. So here we have a bunch of logging, but let's see. So started. Here I see validation, closing div. Here I see validation, but I don't see autocompletion. So let's do this. Let's add some more higher level logging. Okay, that will tell us if we got an autocomplete regression at the LSP level. So does that even get triggered? Yes, we see an LSP autocomplete request, which then goes nowhere apparently because we go in here, and so some math in here must be wrong. So we expect to get here. So here we can print the node index. Actually, whether it's an element or not, an offset must be, oh shit, look at what I wrote here. Offset must be greater or equal than end.openEnd. Oh no, if it is, we return nothing, which is correct. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens now with this extra logging. LSP autocomplete and we don't see anything else? The fuck? Oh, here's the dumb thing. Okay, is this else return? Yeah, right. If we fail to find stuff in there, we do not return right away. We need to do the attribute case. Oh, this code down here wasn't even getting time checked. God damn it, man. I think that I think there's a failure from Zig. What the heck? Look at this. So if this is a for loop and it doesn't break and it has a else return, then the code down here is dead. Well, I guess there must be a reason. While it doesn't want to consider that a unreachable code thing. Kind dot is element. Okay. Root source file structure HT has no member name tag iterator. Oh, there we go. We're now activating code paths that were not even activated before. Attribute. What's the problem? AST doesn't have tag iterator. Oh, because it's in Node. No field name attributes. Instruct blah blah blah. Yeah, attributes is here. Yeah, why if it's static, we really don't have anything in there? Because it only contains the model and yeah, we don't really care about that. So no capture of S. Expected bit set, dynamic bit set unmanaged, found something else when you're missing a try. Oh, snap. Need to accept that by pointer. Need to pass that by pointer. Oh, but that forces us to... It is so annoying. Ugh. Hmm. I mean, to be honest, we are passing down source. The language is not that important. We could pass down the node then instead of that. Let's do like this for now. It's fine. Oh shit, we can't do this then. That's annoying. Oh, interesting. Even insertion now makes us autocomplete. And we are indeed consuming them. Not bad. Invalid value for the attribute token must be a single code point. Oh no. What the fuck? Oh, this is interesting. So if you put an equal sign, even if you put a space, according to HTML, this becomes the value of access key. This is funny. And then this has another problem because it needs its own attribute value. Okay, so invalid value for this attribute token must be a single code point. This is perfect. This is truly working perfectly right now. So we have figured out auto-completion for attributes, global attributes only for now. We are missing we're missing the other case. But we do have this. Not bad. So we now understand the problem space even better. Okay, we need to incorporate in this design two more things. ID, class, and slot. ID, class, and slot. The rest of the global attributes, which I guess they're not formally classified as global attributes, but they are also another set of attributes that you can put on every element. Then we need to incorporate custom attributes. Can we get descriptions for these guys? Space K to do. Yes, space K. Yeah, look at this. So we're even getting good descriptions. Evaluated for the attribute. Oh, it's also grabbing the space. Why? Also, why is it like this? Oh shit. No, this should be working. Uh-oh. We have a bug. Let's investigate why autocompilize on doesn't work. We also think that the thing is longer than it should be. Oh, you know why? I guess it's kind of okay. I think I understand what's going on. If it's unquoted, we think that the space belongs to it somehow. Is this my mistake? If it's unquoted, we should not consider the space to be part of it, I think. And the space below, before we don't, but the space after we do, that's not great. So I think that the problem starts is at the tokenizer level. It's either that we should not tokenize it this way, or it's some post-processing that needs to happen. Although in this case, it seems to me that the tokenizer is misbehaving, which sucks having to touch the tokenizer. But if that's what it is, then that's what we need to fix. Yeah. Attribute value unquoted. We are in the attribute value unquoted, so we get EOF, character tabulation, line feed, form feed, space, switch to the before attribute namespace. I think this should be IDX -1. Am I only grabbing one extra space from it? Yeah, I only grab one extra space, and that's on me. There we go. Now we do it right. Delightful. Delightful. And if we save, we get, yeah, nice. Yeah, give it to me. Give it to me. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes. Perfect behavior. Now, what if I go here, change this? I'm not getting any suggestion, but I think it's because I turned off tag suggestions. So should we do tag suggestions or should we improve attribute suggestions? Let's do tag suggestions because that might require us to do architectural changes if for some reason it doesn't work. So right now we have a syntax error and we're right after a greater than sign. So let's go see how that should work. What if the file is sub-indented? No. So here's how it works. I'm using spaces for here. I'm using spaces. I'm not using tabs. And in my auto formatter, and I do not care about HTML not formatted by the auto formatter of Super HTML. So not doing tab, because the way it would work is that you do it like this. You do, like, let's say that this is nested inside another element. So right now I'm only using spaces, but I'm considering the idea of adding tabs. But if I do add tabs, it will be that this is a tab, but these are all going to be spaces because they need to compensate for this character, this character, this character, this character, and a space. So maybe this also happens to be, you know, the same width as a tab, but I'm not going to use tabs. I'm only going to use spaces for alignment. You know the drill, right? Tabs for indentation, spaces for alignment. So that's in any case what I will be doing. What if line break after div? I reformat it back up. I don't care. In my let's call it tool chain, these are the two ways in which you can format stuff, nothing else. Okay. Hello, Aint. So we have attribute suggestions. Time to turn back on element suggestions. And to see if my expectation is correct. Because it might not be. We'll see. So we start from AST. We look at completions. We're looking for the content case. So we're going into completions with content. And so what is completions for content? And let's assume that we are in the static case. So this is a element that has a static content model, nothing dynamic. Long tag name and deep nesting. Yeah. Well, if I use tab for indentation, then you decide how big you want your tabs to be. As for long names, yeah. But I would still put spaces. So let's assume that one day I decide to support also a slightly different approach. I would still do 1, 2, or 3 spaces of internal alignment. So it would still be space. We'll see. It's a bridge that we'll cross once we get there. For now, this seems good enough. Content. So we kind of want to do this. We want to ask element. Do we want to ask element? No, we don't, because this is the simplified version. So yeah, we do element. I mean, we call a function in here. But we can't call it completions because we are completions. I guess we can do the work in here. Okay, so see how it works. So completions for children in the simple case are actually much simpler than attributes because we don't have to do the unique bookkeeping. You can have how many divs you want inside of a namespace if these are allowed. So we basically need to turn a content model into a list of tags. Let's do that. Tags for categories, basically. And what we pass down is tags for categories. Actually, this should be something like this, honestly. This should be element dot. Actually, we have it in S. Oh, there we go. It should be S dot content dot completion. Yeah. So AST defines content, but it shouldn't. I mean categories, but it should not. Model and categories actually do not belong here. They are an element property. So in element, we define this bad boy. Okay, maybe this is fine. Okay, so and how now to categories, we can give it a function for tags. Tag function completions. Why are you doing this suggestion that makes no sense, ZLS? But okay. Completions in this case is going to be given our categories. Do we want an arena? We want an arena, I think, because we need to copy things. And sort them. It's unfortunate that we create this stuff fully dynamically every single time, but I guess we could build all the combinations at comp time. It's fine for now. And then this is there's gonna be more complicated stuff once we start making this more real with custom elements. Okay, so what do we do with this stuff? I guess what we want to do is have a list of every possible element, which we do have, and then what we want to know, wait, we have this information. For every element, there's a content model defined. Except that if it is dynamic, then we don't know shit. Oh, that's bad. But they could have like a superset. Maybe if it's dynamic, we still want to know the the superset categories. All categories that this element could belong to. And so for each element, then we look at, if it's static, we look at it at the value categories. And then if it's dynamic, then we look at the categories superset. That is not bad. That is what we want. So we need an ordered list of elements, which we have here. And they start here. Okay. So we allocate a list of that length. Okay. So capacity is going to be elements dot len. Wait, how many in an array? AST dot kind. Does it have some form of length? I guess I can do values dot len minus int from enum this one. Okay. And then what can you do with an enum array? Init you can set, there's an iterator. Gives the key and a pointer to value. I got a dumb question. Wouldn't I need to put some attribution for the Z standard library in an MIT licensed project? I don't think it's necessary. Yes, you're depending on that stuff, but you're not placing source code from the standard library in your repo, right? Like your point is not that you're copying some implementation of something and pasting it in your repo. So if you're not, there's nothing for you to talk about the license of. Then maybe you could make an argument that a rebuilt version of your executables should have a licenses file or like a directory, in any case, somewhere where it lists all the licenses involved. And maybe in there, it should list, among other things, also the Zig standard, the Zig project. I don't know. In practice, I think not many people care about that stuff, as far as I'm aware. Okay. So we're looking at every possible element and we're saying if so we switch element e.model and we say if it's static, then great. So if it's a static model, then allowed is gonna be cs dot overlaps. S dot categories. Oh, okay. I guess we want this const. There we go. Okay, this seems workable. Let's see, I don't know, sounds harsh. Well, the point is the source code, like if the repository contains your source code, is who owns copyright of that source code? It's you. Unless you copy pasted it from somewhere else. Same with your dependencies. Your dependencies, you should have a license for your dependencies only if you're vendoring those dependencies. If you're not vendoring them and like you're referencing them through the build system, then physically in the repository there is no content that is copyrighted by whose copyright is owned by anybody else other than you. That said, when you generate the final executable, then yes, you're creating one artifact that does bundle not directly the source code, but the generated machine code. So yeah, at that point, maybe you should do that. And I believe that people do that when they, for example, link libcurl. I think that's the case. Not a fan. I see. I mean, that seems fair. I don't think that anybody on the planet is going to say anything to you if you do not list in the licenses the Zig standard library. I think. Unless, I don't know, you're making a Zig compiler or like, I don't know. I think in practice nobody cares. Okay. So this seems reasonable. This truly seems reasonable. Sorry, HTML LSP node has no member categories in a.zig. Yeah. Oh, why do we need to fix a.zig? Categories and model now come from element. And so we can provide this info for A, for example. Here's the nice thing. We're not making this up because this is all information that we can get from the spec in a straightforward manner. Like this is what is making me confident that this is a good path. So look at this. It's flow, phrasing, and interactive. This is the superset. In element. It's no content. Oh, value. Oh, interesting that we have this value model. We used to have other stuff in here, but now we don't anymore. So you know what? I think static becomes a model directly. I don't think there's a reason for us to do differently. I think this is a nice improvement. Okay, we broke something else because of that, but hello, real Iron Duck. No field value in p.zig. Yeah. Man, good thing that we're doing these adjustments with not that many item elements. Otherwise, that would all be a ton of pain. Two errors, no S value element.zig. No field or member function name completions in HTML element categories. Um, what do you mean? I just put it in categories. What? What? I just put it in categories. It's called completions. But, 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 but. Oh wait, it doesn't have. Right. Allocator must go second. Sometimes I know how to zig, I swear. Okay, expected one argument found 0. Perfect. Okay. We're in business. Not too in business though. LSP autocomplete, and then the LSP autocomplete goes nowhere. Well, that's unfortunate. So we never get here. Why? Hello, X2. Why? Why? Actually, this should be like this. I think we need something nice here, like is valid HTML. Something like this. Is HTML element. That's what we need. Now we can do better. We basically want to say, oh, these guys are below this guy. Holy shit. Yes. So it's greater than this. You know what though? This is a suspicious function. I'm not gonna do it. So it's greater than this one and different than SVG and math. That's gonna be good enough. Was it in AST that we were doing this? Yeah. If it's not an element or Yeah, there you go. So it means that we're not passing this? Right, but what if parent node is root? What if parent node is root? So it is not an element and parent node dot kind different than dot root. There you go. This is the problem. We were not checking for root correctly. Works. But it's not suggesting good. It's suggesting bad. These guys should not be in here. These guys definitely should not be in here. Why are we doing this? Oh, I have a 0 dot dot where I should have something else. Element. Content completions. Where's the 0 dot dot? Here's the 0 dot dot. There you go. What happened? This is correct. This should be correct. Oh, no. This, wait, we append to this. Yes. We look at the array of elements. Yes. This is fucked up now. Right. Actually, is it though? It's not. It's not fucked up. It's correct. No, this should be fine. What's happening that completions utters. We are thinking that we're completing attributes. Why? And why was it working before? Oh, here it works. Wait, now it's working? That's suspicious. Yeah, these are good suggestions. So let's do P. Oh no, I was suggesting directories. P. Let's see if there's a P in here. There should not be. PQRST. Yeah, there's no P. This is good. So if we have main. Oh, also in P, we can check that there is no div. That's also easy to check. A, B, C, D. Fuck, there's a div. Why is there a div? Oh, because I haven't implemented div. Because div defines itself as being phrasing content right now. But I have implemented main. There we go. If we go MA, there is no main suggested. Perfect. Okay, so this is correct. But why are we behaving? Why were we behaving in such a weird way earlier? Also, what happens if we delete this and we enter? Oh shit! It works. It works. It works. So we are suggesting tags correctly. Now, in this whole story, what we're missing are special tags. And it's basically interactions with elements that have custom things, basically. And where basically they don't behave with regards to categorizations, but they behave with regards to individual elements. That said, I think we can handle those every single time with a specific implementation for the element. It would be nice to be able to collect certain common patterns, but it's fine. So this is going really well. Address. And then we get the attribute suggestion. Perfect. Erroneous end tag. Missing end tag. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so now that we have these, so we have restored autocompletion for attributes. We have restored autocompletion for elements. You know what we need? We need autocompletion for values. Where's my autocompletion for values? Holy shit. So how is this going to work? Basically, in autocompletion, when we are in the attribute case, the question is, so we need to enable autocompletion triggers for equal sign, single quote, and double quote. And then question is, are we to the right of a of a element? Sorry, of a attribute name. Yeah, that doesn't have a value. That either doesn't have a value or that has an empty value. It has to be one of the two. And then we trigger the autocompletion. And it only works on lists. I think this is the next thing that I'm going to implement. Yeah. Okay. Um, Give me a second. I'll take a short break. And next, we implement suggestions for attribute values. This is the next thing. Suggestions for attribute values. With this, we have, man, we have everything at that point. Or close to. Maybe not everything, but we have a lot. And we have a model for filling in all the data from the spec. A good one. Not bad. Not bad. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna do a few minutes more, then I'm gonna take a lunch break and then continue afterwards. So suggestions for attribute values, huh? So our adventure starts in the AST autocompletion. AST completions, I think it's above here. Yeah, completions. Actually, we could even argue that we should have descriptions for attribute values that tell you what a given value is supposed to do. Although I'm not against that. I'm generally in favor, but that would require good documentation that we can steal content from. So, for example, href. No, this one is complicated. But like, well, sorry, this one is not a list. So the ones that matter are the ones that have a list. Policy attribute is an enumerated attribute. Yeah, great. What are the enumerations? God damn it. There we go. These ones, anonymous. Brief description. Request for the element will have their mode set to course and their credentials mode set to same origin. Well, so I guess we could do something like this. Does MDN have anything better? I guess we could copy this. Yeah, so I guess we could copy this information from MDN. Okay. Does enumerated have a list of enumerated attributes? No. Of course it does not. Why would they do something like this, right? Well, okay. You know what? Let's put it in here somewhere. Okay. Okay, so completions. We end up in attribute mode because we are past the name, something like this. Okay. So in here we're saying, well, let's do the static attribute stuff. So we're doing, yeah. Look at this offset that we're ignoring, and now it's time to not ignore it anymore because now we do want to pass it down. We do need the offset. So we'll go to completions. We have the offset. What do we do with the offset? We have to decide if this completion is for the attribute itself or for its list of values. How do we know when an attribute has a list of values? Because its rule says list. So here we're immediately, okay, so with this code here, we are immediately assuming that we're looking for completions about the attributes. But what if we're not? What if we're doing the list thing? So how does that work? I guess we could do something like this. If to the left of the offset, we have an equal sign, a single quote, or a double quote, then we assume that we are in attribute value suggestion mode. I don't know why I'm putting commas on this stuff. Value completions. Could offset be 0 and us be in here? No, because we would need to be in a tag, so it's impossible. So assert offset is greater than 0. Yeah, I think this is a reasonable thing to do. Another one would be that we start doing this work, and then as we do it, we realize that where we are. This would be more correct. But let's do the simpler, even if it's more brittle. Let's do the simpler one. So what do we want to give to auto completions? Arena. Source for sure. STT. Attributes that right now we're not using. And offset. Or even better, we could do the work for it. Should we be the one to do this? Honestly, at that point, you know what? I'm kind of reconsidering doing it the other approach then. We keep looking at the attributes. And then we check that if it has no value. Well, no, if it has no value, it's impossible. The value must be there but be empty in this case for us to be here. I guess the rule should be this: if the offset is inside the value, and the value is empty, std, but without spaces. So mem.trim. I guess we can do after this. First, we grab the name and the attribute model. Then we look at then we look at where we are inside of it. And if it has no value, etc. Actually, it should be like this. If we are inside the value, regardless of the length, we should do nothing. Yeah, actually, for now, let's ignore those things. Let's just say that if we are inside the value, then we return value completions. Arena. Um, and this is actually something asked of a single attribute. So it should be utter model dot value completions. Okay, I'm gonna take a lunch break and then I'm gonna continue. See you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. I was actually faster. Okay, we were saying we're doing a completion for attributes. When called reset scene actors, no, we don't even get scene actors. So yeah, so we are, the cursor is inside. So this is the case. Div attribute equals something like this. So we want to see if we are here. Here or here. Or if there's a space. Actually, we cannot be. I don't know what exactly this should be. But whatever this is, I think it's like this. In any case, it should be maybe like this, or like this. Let's. It's a matter of how we decide to do notation. Okay, for now, let's assume that this is what we do. So completion arena, and then we return the actor name, which we have not. Well, no, we have the actor model. What am I doing? Actor model. No, just pay the completion for this guy. So let's maybe do the space things. I think the fact that this should be empty though is not bad. But what if it's not empty? We should return nothing. It should be like this. If or if it's nothing, then return. Yeah. Actually, you don't even need the arena in this case. So this is enough as is. Okay. What's the problem? Unused function, yeah. Okay, so this should help us with some stuff. Oh, it gives me syntax error afterwards. Interesting. Um, where's my autocomplete request? We're not even triggering an autocomplete request. What? Hmm. Well, yeah, we're not. Hello, Rocco Rager. There we go. Completions, attributes, yeah. And then we're doing work. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. I'm modifying one that doesn't have a list. Do we even have an attribute that has a list? I think we do have one. Auto capitalize. Would you look at that? Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, here's the more interesting case. So quotes are dealt with. Oh no. Let's fix this. So if there is a syntax error, yeah, but we also need to check what's to the left. Hello, Temporus. Okay, now it's not suggesting anything, but it should suggest. It should break attributes. What is your problem? Oh, I think I know what the problem is. The problem is that... Oh, that sucks. The problem is that we're not really in a node. The problem is that we are not really in a node right now. So, yeah, unfortunately, we can't really make that work, I think. Also, wait, this is not working anymore now? Wait, did we crash? Oh, yeah, no, never mind. We turbo crashed. Attempt to use null value. Yeah. Um... No, okay, we need to make some changes. So this can stay parent, this can stay thing. This is not a mode. The only thing that we can do is continue, break, and else return an empty list. Unreachable code. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now it's working. Now without this, you need first to fix that thing. Now, so now it's either a syntax error in here, but I think we are still recognizing this as an element, are we not? Yeah, we are still recognizing it as an element. So this is good, actually. So so this means that it's a syntax error with an equal sign. Shit, which is this case. The problem is that that equal sign, that's going to be a value. There's going to be an attribute without value. That does happen to have an equal sign afterwards. Okay, I think we can do it. We can do it. So mode. So we break mode. So we go down here. And now we are counting on value completions to recognize this case. Well, not exactly value completions, but which, by the way, as a separate function, it really fucking sucks. it really fucking sucks, man. But you know what? There might be in the future some more logic to it. So okay, whatever. Let's leave it at. No, you know what? I hate this. Take this out. Do it here. Goodbye, useless function. Okay. So the question is, what if there is no value? So if there is no value, okay, that's what we're trying to understand. Are we in that case? If we are to the right of this attribute, if this attribute doesn't have a value and we are to its right, actually it should be like this. We are to the right of this attribute. Should we look at the error list in here again somehow? No. I mean, that would be nice actually, but no. We are after this attribute name, before the attribute name of the next name, or at the end of the open tag, and there's an equal sign underneath us. Okay, so if offset is greater than span dot end. Also utter name, it's utter dot name. And we have the model, right? Yeah, we have the model. I guess we make a copy of STT to get the next to peak. And the namespan tokenizer. Oh, and that's what we want. So if there is no value and we are in this place n source slash offset equals an equal sign. There we go. Then we're in this case and we want to return this. Okay. Let's see if that works. It does not work. Because we don't have autocompleted triggering on equal sign. Yeah. Almost, but not quite. Almost, but not quite. Almost, but not quite. Almost, but not quite. What is going wrong? Okay. So we see that it's not complete. It's an attributes autocompletion on node 1. This is all correct. So here we have all the tokenization stuff, but we don't have feedback about what's going on in our attribute completion code. Maybe we can take a look again. So actually, we're assuming that it does not have a value, but we don't know that for sure. So log, you know what? Maybe we should print every attribute. Okay, what are we looking at? Completions node. So you see a bunch of tokenizer. Why are we not getting past the tokenizer? So we're not getting in here. That surprises me. We're not even getting in here. Okay, although that's fair, I guess. So what's happening? Completion authors node. Yes. And open.end. Are we triggering this? Actually, we can check it out. Does this node have an end? It does have an end. Oh, well, open end, but does it have a close end? It also does have a close end. Also, we're doing open end, right? Yeah, actually, yes, we're doing open end. So this is totally fine. So we are, without a doubt, getting in here. And we should, without a doubt, be getting in here. Oh, that's what's going on. Of course. Actually, it's not really of course. I assumed that we would have an attribute, but an attribute that has a syntax error probably doesn't even get returned as an attribute. So that attribute is not present. Actually, we can test this. So we can do foo. And if we do foo, I should be able to show you now that we will see foo. Or not. What? We only see the tokenizer. Also, we should look at what this guy does. Yeah, this returns only attributes. It doesn't return like syntax errors, right? I guess what we need to do is in the tokenizer, understand what happens when we see a syntax error in an attribute. No, these are errors. Where's the states? After attribute name, after attribute name, we see an equal sign. We move to before attribute value. Before attribute value, we see a space. We do nothing. We see a diamond bracket. Missing attribute value parse error. Switch to the data state, emit the current tag token. So we don't emit an attribute. We do not emit an attribute that is missing a... It has nothing after the equal sign. Well... 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 So interesting. So it means that the reason why this is not working for us and we are like confused about it is because there is no attribute afterwards. If there was... Well, we're still confused about it a bunch, but I think in a different way. Yeah, we're still confused about it. Okay, so what do we want actually from life in this case? Oh, we're meeting the entire fed tag. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. I see the problem. The problem is, well, what if we are in the mode where we want to return also attributes? Because I think that right now we have this concept where where there's like a mode that decides whether we return attributes or not. Yeah, if self-return attrs. So the idea here would be if return attrs, missing attribute value. Although missing attribute value is pretty good, honestly. I'm thinking we should short circuit this. If we are on a missing attribute value, yeah, we don't really deal with this stuff in here, maybe. So here's what we do in LSP, in AST, while we're looking at the errors. When we are looking at errors, we do this. If error.token .tag is missing attribute value, it means that we are on an equal sign. I don't know about this backwards walk, so let's assume that we don't do this. So if it's this, we need to fetch. Actually, we have the node. So we can grab the node and we can grab the element. And then we do it manually here, I think. Grab the node, grab the node. We can assert this element. And then we can say if return nothing. Okay, and then we say we need to tokenize basically to the left. We need a tokenize backwards in a sense to grab the attribute name, to grab what we think is an attribute name, and to match it against attributes for this element. Although, you know what? It doesn't have to be. You know what? It doesn't have to be. Wait a second. It does not have to be. It does not have to be. Because I was thinking that changing the tokenizer wasn't really a thing. But actually, if we are returning attributes, then we don't give a fuck about returning the tag. I've already muted this out of state. So I guess we do want to do the thing, the T thing. Oh, actually, yeah. This is the better way. What do we return? Obviously, there's no. I didn't make a type for that fucking struct. God damn it, man. That's on me. Fine. Attribute name. I don't know if this is such a good idea. This might cause duplicate errors though. We have both syntax error and missing attribute value. That is fine. What was a Boolean one? We had a Boolean attribute. How would that one behave? Boolean attribute. Autofocus. Yeah, that works actually. Okay, that seems good. Perfect. Okay, so far this seems good. To capitalize a invalid value for this attribute. Yeah. Now we're suggesting this. So in theory, with these changes, we get in here. We should be doing this. So this is correct. Why do we not see anything? Oh, maybe it's just me. Yeah, attribute. There we go. Completions attribute. Name start 9 and 23. Value null. Okay. So we do see this. Name start 9 and 23. Yes. But we're not recognizing this. Maybe what if we did this where we have the syntax error and we see the syntax error on an equal sign and then we do the looping in there and not in here? But we should be able to do this in here. So are we in this case? I think this is basically what we're failing. Also, wait a second. Am I doing it with the right attribute? Yes, auto-capitalize. Hmm. Is this it? There we go. It was a simple off by one error. The problem is that we complain right away. We have to complain. And we have to complain, and that is we make that a syntax error. We have to make that a syntax error. I think so far this is the best that we can do. And instead of just being one, is treat it like this. If you are between, else we're doing this search, but it fails. We want to break to outer, I think, or rather continue outer. Actually, do we want to do that? No, I think we just want to break out of the while loop, and it means that we want to. It means that we want to do something else. So we just break. There we go. Okay, what if there's something else afterwards? Missing attribute value, syntax error, invalid attribute for this element. Invalid attribute for this element. Oh, for this element. Yeah. Sure. I know. Right. Autofocus. I don't know. Okay. Now that makes sense. Now, if this is connected, missing attribute value and a syntax error, so that's fine. It's giving attribute recommendations right now is slightly too aggressively, in my opinion. I would have the autocompletion actually trigger for these cases only if there's a space before and the space or a diamond bracket in front. Like there should either white space or a diamond bracket. It shouldn't be recommending stuff this aggressively. But in any case, okay, what happens in this case? Yeah, no, look. Okay, so here we are. Here we are doing it kind of wrong though. This sucks because HTML works like this. The problem is that HTML allows you to put fucking spaces between the attribute and the equal sign if you don't have quotes. So we are forced to consider access key the value of auto capitalize. We can't avoid doing that. That super turbo fucking sucks. That really super turbo fucking sucks. Because it prevents us from doing auto completion. God damn it. I guess what we can do is say, well, if this thing has a value and the value is unquoted, and we are between the unquoted value and the name, and we're like right to the left of the equal sign, we need to handle this case. So let's try to make it work. So the idea is there is a value. So this is the other case that we want to recognize. So there is a value, but like if offset also we're saying that we need to be, it's not in this case. Okay. Wait. like if we are literally here, it's an equal sign, then do this. Let's see if this works. Okay. It works. It suggests what it should. Okay. Oof. It's incredible that we're able to handle all these keys. Holy shit. That is insane. It is absolutely insane. So we have suggestions for attribute values, which is not bad. Which is not bad at all. I'm thinking we should start adding descriptions to attributes and we should start adding descriptions to attributes. Sorry, my hair is crazy. To attributes and their values. I think at this point it's not a bad idea. Yeah. Let's see how this works in VS Code. Not bad. Token must be a single code point. I think the auto quote thing is breaking our automated suggestions. What the fuck, VS Code? What the fuck, VS Code, man? VS Code trying to be helpful is so turbo ass, it's not even fun. Not even funny. Okay. So far everything, like the main stuff works. I'm gonna deal with VS Code later. Let's add descriptions. So the way it's gonna work is that I'm gonna change the signature to completions returning not just this, but returning something more complicated. So it starts with, I guess, AST. Completions is a struct. No, it's a slice. Completion is a struct that contains label, and description. And we return a slice of completions. Okay, now a bunch of stuff will have to change because of this. Holy shit. Let's go. Either completions. It does an ASC completion. This guy here returns an ASC completion. Okay, completions, categories, list of items. List of items is not going to be of this, it's going to be of completion. Append assume capacity. Label is going to be this. Desk is going to be, we don't know yet. ASC completion. Yeah. I'm gonna do this. Also, we can give them an empty string by default. It's probably not a bad idea. Doesn't matter. So these are attributes. Attributes have descriptions. How do I know? No, wait a second. These are elements. E.desk. Although this is overkill, this should be something more like short description. No, this is the one case where giving descriptions is not a good idea. So no descriptions. Then let's see, attribute completions. Yeah, go to definition. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, here we have all the logic. Oh man. Okay. Completion. Okay, what are we completing now? We are completing attributes, I think. This should be kv1.desk. Okay, then above here we have other problems because we want to return. Here we're straight up returning l.keys for list. We need to change list from a set to something else. But it's going to be complicated because it's going to be different. Oh, no training comma makes it better, actually. Interesting. Interesting, right? No, actually, it doesn't matter much. Okay, so off. Let's go find this stuff from autocapitalize. I guess we'll see how to reflow this later on, maybe. Words. Okay. We're missing on. On as it's the same as sentences. Okay. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to say same as sentences. Okay. How are we doing now? More stuff needs to be fixed. Yeah, attributes 2, 3, 5. Um. Oh shit! It's a list of keys and a list of values. Oh shit! It's not a list of key value pairs, but this is actually fine. Actually, this is fine because you know what we are not solving yet with this stuff? We're not yet solving the problem. The problem with sorting of these things. They need to be sorted, and we're not sorting them. So list needs to contain two things. A map and like a sorted list. I don't know, I'm just gonna call it sorted. So sorted is a const. It's a list of structs of a string and a in the description. Although, if we have this, does it even matter that this has anything in it? I think this should really be a set then. Now that I think about it. I think that's kind of it should be how it should be. So whenever you make a list, you have to do some extra work, but it's worth it, I think. So okay, how do we do this bad boy then? So it's a set with income time of something, but that something is not going to be this list. Okay, let's see how it is. This sucks because now what do we do with this guy? Do we copy them manually or do we do metaprogramming to derive one from the other? If we don't do metaprogramming, then we risk them going out of sync. I think that this guy needs to be defined outside. Oops. I think that this should be like this. Maybe not all of it, but the list should be. Actually, let's say the rule. You know what? I'm hating this whole thing. I'll go with the manual approach. Fuck it. There you go. It's annoying, but for now it will work. It will suffice. HTML AST completion does not support reinitialization. Yeah, you're right. Oh, fuck, I forgot the dot desk. There we go. Label equals CPL. So it's going to be documentation markup content. Ah, veil. Okay. We build. Off. Same as none. None. No other definition should be applied. All letters should default to lowercase. Same as sentences. The first letter of each sentence should default to a capital letter. All other letters should default to... Fuck, it should default to what? All letters should default to lowercase. All letters should default to uppercase. Okay, so we're missing a piece, but that's a different story. Okay, and we have also documentation for attributes. If it's lower than 0, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is all great. What is it that I wanted to do next? Oh, it's fix that entry in here. What did I do wrong? Should default to lowercase? Should default to lowercase? Wait a second. Should default to lowercase? What? We do have should default to lowercase for all of them. Sentences is bugged, but it's not me. Well, what can I say? This is it. So we have documentation for attributes. We have documentation for their values even when they're a list. We're doing pretty well. So this is done. This is done. So we're basically back to doing data entry. There's still a lot of stuff to it that needs implementing. It's not just data entry, but data entry is what will drive us having to fill out the missing functionality, I think, next. So the next thing that I need to do is complete the implementation of the anchor. The anchor element is missing attribute definitions, attribute validation, and its own content validation is incomplete. Yep. And that should drive also some improvements in our completion suggestions, I think. Okay. Let's go implement some A. I'm gonna get something to drink though first, but then let's go implement some A. Wait, what am I doing? A.zig. Maybe we should display the description of an element honestly next to it when we there aren't all that many elements. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do that. Let's show description also for elements. So elements um, fuck it. Let's see how let's see if that has an impact on performance or anything. I think it's fine. Pressing the key will focus on the element will activate it. I think MDN is fine. Okay, the next thing is going to be validation. We are missing the rule that we need to validate our actually no, this is validating in order to return a yeah, this should be validate model. Yeah, this is it. Validate authors. So this validates authors. We do completions, but we say we're claiming that to be a simple content validation, which we are because simple does account for our case, but it's not fully implemented. So let's go hit that panic now and implement it. Okay, one sec. I'll go get something to drink. I'm back. So content validation for our boy anchor element. What is the problem with anchor element? It requires us to do this thing. So let's go read, I guess, the spec. Okay. Content model transparent, but there must be no interactive content descendant. A element descendant or descendant with the tab index attribute specified. To be honest, we could cheat and say that anything that has tab index becomes interactive. I guess the question is there going to be some place where interactive content is allowed, but not content that has tab index? That only interactive content is allowed? I don't think so. Is there going to be places where tab index is allowed, but not interactive elements? That actually is more possible. The problem is that these questions are not answered anywhere in this fucking spec. They vomit out a bunch of rules. There should be some centralized like resolution of these fucking rules, but they don't do it. You have to do it yourself. And sometimes it's a gamble and you could gamble wrong. Okay. For now, let's do it by the book. So forbidden descendants attributes. So forbidden descendants and forbidden descendants attributes. I would make it plural if it's not. Oh, uppers. Yeah, let's make it like this so they can be aligned. Okay, so yeah, the problem is that here we're saying kind. We can't make a kind for this. What should we make? An enum set of kind? Honestly, it could be a list of those things, and we're assuming that it's always small, and we do linear scanning, and that's it. Also, wait, it's more complicated than this. Wait, because it doesn't want interactive content in content validation. Hello, C3PO. How am I doing? I'm actually doing pretty good. I figured out the spec stuff. Everything is fitting in nicely. Check this out. I have autocompletion plus documentation for things. I can even do autocompletion for values of attributes, and I give you also docs for those. Well, this is the case where it's a list. Not all attributes are lists. So sorry, attribute values are part of a list. So in that case, I can't give you autocompletion. But also I can do when it comes to the attribute themselves, I suggest them and I give you descriptions, which are not filled in because it's a bunch of data entry work that I haven't done yet. But in any case, we kinda are mastering everything at this point. We're really kind of mastering everything. So yeah. How is the attribute autocomplete list sorted? It's sorted statically, so the current sorting might not be the best, but it's sorted by right now. These lists are coded in my source code, and the reason why I'm doing it this way, I don't know. This is the same order that that the spec was presenting these values in. So I don't know. To be fair, it should be like you know what? To be fair, if you're reaching out to this thing, you probably want to have sentences, words, and characters up top, and then everything else below. You know what? I'll do that. Attribute. Yeah, these three guys should be up top. Oh, and we don't build because we have this other thing. There we go. Sentences, word, characters. These are like the most common ones, and then none, which is the off one, and then the two shitty values that are there for no good reason. Okay. So forbidden descendants. I was saying, what do we do? I will assume that these are gonna be short, like 1 or 2. Maybe we could even have some kind of comp time assertion about this somewhere. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so forbidden sentence, it's .a. Forbidden sentence attributes. Those cannot be an enum. Those need to be provided by string name necessarily. Actually, it's not really necessarily, to be honest. It's not necessary at all because they could all. Are those all globals? WX is global. So maybe the answer is that they're expected to be global. I don't know. We'll see. Hello, I'm new here. Well, welcome. So the project on GitHub, and I was searching for something like Super HTML, and I know Zine, another project of yours, using it. And I just wanted to know if you can use it to build docs, not super complicated stuff, just normal docs. Yeah, sure. You should totally be able to do that. So yeah, it shouldn't be even that much work. As for Super HTML, there's a released version that you can use, and it will give you some error checking, but the vast majority of the cool LSP stuff, I'm implementing it right now. So unfortunately, you will have to wait until I'm done with modeling the HTML spec in the logic and doing all the delightful data entry work to copy paste all the attribute names, all the descriptions, etc., etc. So it will take a while more, but bit by bit, I'll get there. So I don't know. You know what? Let's do it like this. Forbidden global authors. And let's assume that those are real, those really are global attributes. So the problem is that with global attributes, we have, for global attributes, we have a map. We have a list. We do have a list. We kind of wish we had an enum. But for now, let's do it. Let's just do it like this. Okay. So now watch me build and watch the LSP panic. We didn't panic yet. Interesting. Oh, there we go. We did panic. So what's the problem? Yeah, we're hitting a to do. So let's go solve these to dos. More specifically, in element validate content, we're saying that if any of these things are defined, then I don't know, we kind of give up. But we shouldn't. We should do better. So let's think about it more. We are looking at all children of here we're going through all the children of this node, of this element, sorry. And we're looking if they belong to a category that we're fine with. Now, I would say this for simple dot extra children. If child dot kind is simple dot extra, is extra, then we don't error out. And we say that with this error, this child is fine. So how do we do this? We continue. Outer. Again, the assumption is, you know what? Let's put an assert. Simple dot extra children dot len is lower than 10. Put an assert for that so that, you know, we know that we're not doing it like something bad. Okay, extra children done. Forbidden children, forbidden descendants. Well, actually, I should copy also this. Forbidden children. If it is forbidden, then we error out right away. And we continue outer. Lastly, If it's a forbidden descendant, we do the same also at this level. And after that, there's this forbidden attribute thing. Whoa, man, I hate that. Having to retokenize all attributes just because of this is horrible. We need a Boolean. We need a Boolean that says has tab index. And hopefully there aren't too many of these. Yeah, and the majority of people don't care about has tab index. Like has tab index is kind of like a special category basically that we make. So you know what? Let's do it like this. Yeah, what was I thinking? That's what we should have done right away. So element. This does not exist. In categories, we add not real categories, but used nevertheless. Well, actually, wait a second. What happens with our operations? So if it's transparent, we inherit it. But then what about has tab index? I think it's another set of properties. It's not just categories. Yeah, you know what? It's in model, but it's not categories. There we go. Categories content, extra. And extra is has well, tab index. Checked by a and maybe other ones. And we give it a default value, and then in A, elements a.zig. Actually, in a.zig we do nothing, but in validate attributes, so element in validate attributes, we check for this. So oh shit, we call try attribute model rule validate, and that should return you extra. Validate right now returns void. Well, no, it's not a matter of doing that, right? Because this is for each attribute model, right? Yeah. Here we're looping all attributes. So what we want to do is yeah, static is not a full model. Static is a content. Although some extra might be put there statically. Let's override this stuff manually. So how do we know that we're looking at a tab index that we recognize? It's global. So basically this case here. It's a shame that we can't keep doing this like this. Although this could be a property in the attribute model. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. What do we have in the attribute model? Position in the correctly sorted list of possible attribute names. And what is the number of tab index? Oh. Wait, where are you expecting a comma? After field. Oh, I left somewhere a syntax error. That's now it's fucking everything up. Come on. Okay, I'm doing something dumb in here. Is it the comp time stuff? It is. Okay, so with this, we are checking tab index. So now how do we express this? So what we want to say is that when we're checking a descendants, we want to check the tab index property of each model and yeah, but then how do we do this? I think what we want to do is basically have the, so because right now what we're saying is that we don't want them, but there might be a case where we want them, so we would need to like filter out the opposite direction then, I think, right now. But it's fine. Let's solve one problem at a time, I guess. So in what we want to say is forbidden descendants and um and what we want to say is that if there is an overlap in extra, then we complain, but um, no, it needs to be provided. So it needs to be forbidden extra. And extra needs to have a name. Yeah, forbidden descendants extra. Then which is none, and yeah, let's give it a name. Okay. The mixing with the index. So next, when we do element content validation, extra children, forbidden children, forbidden descendants, and also forbidden descendants extra. I need this overlaps. Here we go. Now we do this for all the children. And the next thing that we do is this. So if we have rule about descendants, incompatible types. Oh, because I can't do different. Really, I can't do equality on pact structs. That has, I think that has changed. Like, maybe it's not yet implemented, but this is not. That this should work. I think this is just not working now. I can't overlap none. Hmm. Okay, and if not empty, then what do we want to do? We need to loop over all descendants. I think we should change this to if not descendants len greater than 0 and is empty. So if descendants.len is 0, we're done. Otherwise, we need to check descendants. And now that I think about it, this forbidden stuff, at the end of the day, can be not put there. We can avoid that because we're gonna iterate the children again anyway. So might as well do it. Fuck it. Oh, how do we do first child index before? So descendant index well, it's different than zero. Descendant is nodes at descendant index. Might as well just call it node. Actually, you know what? Okay. I've implemented this somewhere else. I don't remember where though, so I'll have to roll it by hand again. But basically, what we're going to do is, as we loop down, I guess we want to do this. The problem is that we need to. We can do it like this, I guess. Const current IDX is node IDX. Yeah, and then we do if node dot kind if node dot kind equals bunch of underscores or node dot kind equals SVG or node dot kind equals math. In all those cases, then we go up. What we say node IDX equals node dot next IDX. Else, if actually we can just add another condition or node dot first child IDX is 0. We do that. Else node IDX equals node dot first node IDX. Okay. Forbidden descendants. Oh, this is annoying because we're going to test these things a ton of times, but I guess there's nothing else we can do. So if it's a forbidden descendant and we find a match that is one of the forbidden ones, we complain and we continue. Actually, I would say that if we go here, this is also wrong because we need to also go up. This is not correct. This is a while loop. Fuck. There's way too much logic going on. I think I should just find the next one after the parent once and then just every single time do +1 and eventually do something else. Yeah, this logic is really like it's getting way too complicated. No, fuck. I only implemented in these other ones. Yeah, that's actually this. Otherwise, current is node, the current parent index. Yeah. I think we're gonna need some of this stuff, just not all of it. So if the node is unknown, SVG kind of math. I'm thinking that nodes should give you, should do this for you. You know what? Yeah. This should be something that you can ask of a node. Okay, before we get back to that, let's go to nodes and let's have node give that us. Okay. So okay, so this seems good. So we are doing the stop calculation on the parent. We find out now that we shouldn't be analyzing, so we skip it. We find SVG or math. These guys, they should be analyzed, but then we should move past them. Otherwise, we just do +1. There we go. This is the correct iteration routine. So we completely ignore underscore guys. We skip SVG and math, but we do analyze them as superficial elements. I'm actually, you know what? I'm actually not curious. What should we do with SVG and math? Because they do not show up here in the spec. What do we do with them? Yeah, like there's, yeah, what do we do? Oh, motherfuckers. There we go. They are not official HTML elements, but they need to have these things defined. I knew it. Okay, so what I'm doing is correct. Otherwise we just go to the next node and we continue. So let's call it next IDX instead of node IDX. Beautiful. We can add another assertion. That's nice. So we're looking at this node. Is it a forbidden descendant? If yes, we complain. What is the index? Is current index. Node. There you go. Okay, so we test this. We test this. This is it. This is it. Okay, let's get into building state. What are your issues? AST. Exactly the 32 font view size. Incast that shit. Okay. So we're running. The div is fine. But what if the div has... Oh, wait a second. No, okay. What if the div had a horrible, horrible, horrible tab index? Invalid nesting under A. For the crime of having a tab index. For the crime of having a tab index, you shall be sentenced. Okay, what about other A's? Invalid nesting under A. Indeed. But what if we nested this inside here? Yeah, and what if this guy did not have a tab index anymore? Now the div is fine, but the A is evil. The A is evil. Okay. We have it implemented. We're not explaining much though. There should be a... So instead of overlaps, we should do intersection. We should say that the intersection is not empty. Or you know what? We can do overlap, but then we have to do... We have to build the intersection and use that to explain. So let's add explanations. Forbidden sentence. Invalid nesting. Reason. I mean, this does say invalid nesting under A, so that's already not wrong. So that's fine. But what about the extra stuff? The extra stuff I think is interesting. So reason is, I would say this, const intersection is simple dot, or let's just call it I guess. Okay. So we intersect these two and we do reason. How do we switch this stuff? I guess we can do it in line 4. Or a switch in line else with the field. You can't break from an inline 4 at runtime. You can only break at comp time, I think. Methinks. Yeah. You can use labeled blocks to work around it. Oh, I can break it onto a labeled block? Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Right. So if at field I, comma, f.name, we break BLK with what? I think I'm writing this in a shitty way. On one hand, yes, I want to loop over those fields. On the other hand, it's not exactly what I want to do. Um, so for what do we want to say for tab index? We want to say presence of tab index attribute. That's what we want to say. For other extras, we might want to say something different. But you know what? For now, let's do it like this. It's fine. So we break BLK with... beautiful. Truly beautiful. Not abusing comp time at all. Like, not at all. Like, absolute zero. Ah, this is not bad. This is not bad. Yeah. Uh-oh. I copied overlaps, but not intersect. So let's do intersect. Also, look what I learned. You can put this outside. I'm a smart boy. You can put this outside, and then you don't have to repeat it all the time. Intersect. Actually, why am I intersecting? Because there might be more than one thing that we're angry about. And yeah, we need to double check that it's actually for real what we want. Thank you. Incompatible types, something, something, and void. Yeah. Wait, can you give an else to inline 4? Let's go. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Invalidating under a presence of tab index attribute. We are explaining. We are explaining the fucking HTML spec to people. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. So for now, this extra stuff is not even that much. I'm kind of thinking though that we should maybe make the model struct packed as well. Although now we have packed structs instead of packed structs, I'm sure there's nothing wrong. There's no way for things to go wrong there, right? But yeah. This is beautiful. And and we can even do this now. So it's still complaining about invalidating under A because of the tab index attribute, but there's also another there's also another reason why div is not allowed in there. Oh, right. It's because we this needs to be main for this to work. There we go. Now there's a second invalidating under A. The problem is that this is not really it. This is invalidating under P, not under A. And unfortunately, we're not tracking this. And I think I know the solution. Well, a solution, I guess. But let's not worry about that for now. Oh, actually, you know what? We could wait a second. Maybe we don't even need the extra bookkeeping. So here's how it works. We notice that the nesting fails at the level of categories. And then the question at that point becomes, wait a second. Is this something native? Because we could give, or like we could have a flag that says transparent actually to the, yeah. We could have something that says transparent. Or in any case, A rejects itself, tab index, and interactive content. But if you are rejecting something that isn't interactive content, and that isn't A, and it doesn't have a tab index, well, and we can do that. It's a matter of ordering, so we don't have to check for all these things. But like, if we are at the very up top and we're rejecting something because it does not match the content model, then we can say, well, if it's not because of interactive, which right now we don't save this information, but we could put that information in the element model. If it's not interactive and we're rejecting it, then it's a parent issue. And we start going up. But going up will get us potentially another transparent element. So we would need to go up and every single time look not at the, let's say, runtime thing, but we would need to look at the element model information. And the moment we find one that matches, we know that that is the curl pit. This is actually the best solution, I think. Better than any other one. Let's implement this. Oh my God, this system is working so beautifully. So we were saying an element has a model. And in the model, there's a categories superset. In dynamic, let's call it, let's say the dynamic has a default model. Should it be a model? No. Categories superset content. Wait, what's the opposite of a superset? What's a set that is strictly contained? Subset? Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yes. So we have the content subset. And so we go to a.zig. Content subset. Wait, this is more like the rejection that we want, not what we allow. Content rejection subset. Content rejection subset. Okay. So we always reject interactive content instead of A. Okay, so now in element invalidate content, we're doing this. Oh man, this is going to be so cool. So we recognize that the parent content doesn't overlap the categories of the child. So now we need to see. In case of transparent items, elements, the child might have been rejected by a ancestor node. Let's figure out if that's the case. Well, okay, no, we don't need to do this. Checking against okay, so how will it work? We should have the parent element. Do we have the parent element? Yes, it's element. So const reason it's fine if we don't specify it. So it's a block, and we say if we're in the simple case, but the A element is not in the simple case. So wait a second. Before adding this stuff here, I guess no, right. It's simple in the sense of content validation. This is content validation. Yeah, not the model. Okay. So what is parent content? Parent model content. Okay. So reason switch element dot model static dynamic. If it's static and we rejected it, then we know that we don't have a reason to return. Like reason is obvious. It's directly that. If it's dynamic, then it might not be obvious. So if it's dynamic, all right, let's do it this way. I think maybe. Want the switch? Do we? Nah, I think it's fine. Hopefully we don't mess too much. So if it's dynamic, the question is if I think it should be like this. Var cur node parent var cur element. No, I think it's fine. dynamic is going to be if actually this might be dynamic and static. Never mind, this is wrong. This is like if oh shit, we want the span actually. We don't really want a string here. Oh yeah, we don't want a reason in this case. We want a span. And here we're fine with parent span. Otherwise, want cur node dot start tag iterator. That's what we want in this case. And we don't return, we break BLK. Okay, if it's dynamic, then we say if dynamic dot, oh, what was the thing? Content rejection subset. If it overlaps, child model categories, and what if we go all the way up to root? Technically, we should not be possible because root should allow everything. So if we're stopping, yeah, root is really, really, really impossible. Really. There's a programming error otherwise. So what I'm thinking is that maybe we should do this at the end unconditionally after the switch. And then in here, we break from the switch. You're going to be okay with parent span. Here we do nothing. If it's dynamic, then we check. And I guess we would say if it does not overlap, then this is where we go up. Expected type, mutable pointer, get pointer requires self to be mutable. Oh, get pointer const. Huh? Okay. So if it's static and it's an immediate match, then it's parent span. I mean, honestly, it's this. Yeah, whatever. Fine. Okay, so span is not parent span, but it's span. Let's see how it goes. Did I give a default value to this guy? No, I don't. So only A specifies it. Okay. Invalid nesting under A. Presence of tab index attribute. Invalid nesting under P. We have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have it. We both report nesting. We not only we report nesting errors correctly, we specify why the nesting is not correct. So this main is has invalid nesting, but it's the P that doesn't want a main inside of it, which is correct. But then it also has a tab index, which makes it unwanted under A. Apologies in advance if this gets asked a lot, but you have your dot files available somewhere to take a peek at. I don't really have that many dot files. Almost have none. I'm using Helix, which doesn't require you to do any weird thing. And my theme is called One Dark, so you're seeing me use One Dark in general. These are all One Dark themed. That's kind of it. So we're doing this right, and we are not wasting memory in the AST. We are doing this. We're doing some extra work to figure out why we rejected something, but at the same time, we only do the extra work to generate the error. So it's good. It's good work. Yeah, we're going up potentially a lot, and somebody very evil could nest a very long list of A's. But I mean, still, I don't think they're going to be able to nest enough to really cause any serious issue. And in any case, yeah, this is as good as a solution as any other, I think. So, hello, Danik. So we have it. We have it all. Invalid nesting under A, presence of the index attribute, invalid nesting under P. Not bad, I would say. Not bad. Whew, this is delightful. This is really delightful. What do we do next? We are really doing a good job here. Holy shit. What's the progress? The progress is this. So I have attribute suggestions. I have suggestions for values plus docs. It also behaves in a pretty decent way in in most cases. Like I even implemented this. So check this out. This one is hard. I put another freaking attribute afterwards. But if I put an equal sign here, then what happens is that the tokenizer is forced to consider this the value of this attribute. And that's by the spec. There's nothing you can do about it. And the problem is that then I had to manually make sure that well, but what if I have this situation and I want to now, give this guy a value? Well, the problem is that technically when I do this, there is this value, but I'm in any case recognizing this condition and showing you auto suggestions. And so that way it works out correctly. Evaluating under A, presence of tab index attribute. So now I fully implemented A with everything. It's probably safe to break from the spec there. I can't. In the sense that I have to consider that the value, because it will be considered the value. I mean, yeah, if it's not a valid value, then I already do that. Right, let me put it this way. The problem is that you can do this, okay? This is allowed. And hello. Hi, Lars. I can't help falling in love. More in love with Zig every day. Nice. Well, at the end of the day, Zig is just a language. What you need to really fall in love with is making high quality software. Zig can help you with that. Boy, is it helping me right now. I think that all the things that I've been doing with this language server would have been orders of magnitude more painful. And actually, I think I would have not have figured them out. I would not have figured out that a given path would be possible without Zig. Almost certainly. That said, the language is not the end goal. It's the starting point. The point is make software, high quality software that improves the state of the art. So, yeah. Well, Greater, the problem is that I think there are legitimate reasons to allow spaces in there. I agree that if I found that completely horrifying, like self-closing tags, so like implicitly closing tags, I would take that out. But unless I have a really strong reason, I would prefer not to stray away from the spec in that sense. Let me put it this way. I'm not writing an HTML parser for display, but I'm also writing an HTML parser that you should be able to use to check. Like you should be able to run this, super HTML check on a generated HTML file to see if it's correct or not. And so complaining, like having the check thing complain about things that are technically correct HTML is a problem. I willingly do that for non-closed tags. That is the one breakage I have from the spec, and I have very good reasons to do that. But for everything else, I'm trying to be as aligned as possible. Let's see. Listening to Andrew's talk on getting to truly learn your system was great. Zig forces you to do that. Yeah. This was a very nice talk. Oof. Okay. So, what do we do next? I fear we might be at the point where we don't have much else to do other than data entry. It's a scary thought, but we might be there. So this is done. This is done. Erroneous end tag for void tags. If I see an erroneous end tag that contains a void tag, I think we should have a dedicated arrow for it. And say void tag, an arrow that says like void tags don't need to be closed. Actually, you know what? Maybe I don't even need a different error tag for it. Maybe this is something that we can solve differently. Let's see. No, we can't, because erroneous end tag doesn't have any payload. Okay, missing end tag, erroneous end tag, void end tag. Void elements have no end tags, have no end tag. And then in where do we generate this? In the AST, where we generate the erroneous end tag. So when we see an end self, we have the tag name. Oh, wait, we put the name in the main location. It's fine though. Oh, it's kind. Mm-mm-mm. An end tag can only be of an element. It cannot be of a non-element. So and then we say that well, I'm doing e.kind, but that's wrong actually. E is the kind. I should call this A. I think that this might be not enough. I think we should also maybe check that the current node that we're in, the current parent node, is a void tag. Let's do that. K is void, and what is the current index? The current index is necessarily the parent node. What is the, do we have the node somewhere though at our disposal? No, we just have a current index, right? Yeah, so we have to do this. Wait, we have current in here that we're editing. Oh, wait, no, current kind is root. Well, guess what? Then this is never gonna happen when current kind is root. So let's not do this. I mean, it's still gonna be here just down below. There we go. While true if current kind is root. We do it again. No, we don't care about root. We try to match with same name, and then we fail. Missing end tag. Where's the failure though? Oh, the failure only happens if we reach root. I see. Either we're already a root or we try going up. We reach the root, and here we conclude that this is the case. Okay, so perfect. And the original current dot kind is void. And here we do this. Okay, so this should be it. So we close a div, erroneous end tag. We close an a, erroneous end tag. We close a link, still an erroneous end tag, but there is a link open, and we close it. Void elements have no end tag. Not bad. Not bad. Man, can you imagine finally people learning this stuff? 2026, the year where developers will learn HTML, or will have an opportunity to learn HTML because they won't have shitty tooling that keeps lying to them. Let's see. You could implement LSP suggestions for refactoring sections of HTML. I don't know what that would look like. So what would refactoring sections of HTML look like? I'm actually not sure. But, there might be some things that make sense. So I would be open to implementing them eventually. For now, I haven't done any form of refactoring other than, like rename an attribute and like you rename one part and I rename the other part automatically. Like you can do this and you can rename either tag and I rename both of them. But other than that, I don't know. I forgot. What are the current plans of the ZLS progression? If I remember correctly, they're working on some support for the compiler itself. Do they want to get some sort of ER from me to get all info there is to get? No. The way it works is that the only way for ZLS to correctly give you introspection behind what happens at comp time is literally to run comp time, because there is going to be some fucked up comp time stuff that people will want to do that I myself am doing right now in this project. Occasionally you see the ZLS is showing me types that it doesn't fully understand because of all the comp time that's happening in the middle. So there's no solution around that other than implement a Z compiler, at least when it comes to comp time. The idea is to have the Z compiler, do that. Well, I mean, it already does. It has to. And the idea is to expose that information through some kind of REPL. So the idea is that you can run the compiler, the Z compiler, keep it open. That's what the -- watch flag already does. But the idea is that it also really has a REPL that you can, send queries to, and it replies with information about the build. And so that way you can have ZLS or other language servers query the compiler for information that they can't figure out by themselves. Like they can ask, what is the type of this thing? And they can obtain information about that. What about the comp time that is platform dependent? Such as? I mean, if you're saying, what if, I have a Linux Windows thing? Yeah, what happens right now is that if your compiler is running and targeting Linux, you will get Linux definitions. So for you to target Windows definitions, you would have to run the compiler with target specified to be Windows. And at that point, you will get Windows definitions. And then you can start fiddling with what's happening there. I feel like JSX kind of removes the need to know that stuff, but it's good to know nonetheless. It does not, Archix. The problem is that, guess what happens with JSX? You can write whatever you want with JSX, sure. Oh, no, you know what? Maybe I take it back. Maybe I misunderstood what you said. If your point is that JSX provides you with this information as well, then fine. But I don't think it does. I don't think that JSX... Will JSX error out if you try to put a div inside of a P? Maybe it will, but will it error out if you try to put something with tab index? Will it error out if you try to put something with tab index in under A? Oh, talking about the closing tags. Wrap an element with the parent element. That makes sense. Auto-filling all relevant properties for a tag, like how struct fields are filled by LSP. I can see the first one. The second one, I'm not sure how, if there is a set of things that are like really correct to do. Like what would be the set of attributes? But you know what? Maybe sitting down and thinking about it, you can come up with some common use cases. Yeah. Okay. So we have this. Well, implemented. Erroneous and tags for void tags, done. Actually, let's remove these entries. Better suggest for audio video and field set. Skip SVG math when navigating downwards. Done. Check for duplicate class names. Warning. So far, I have not created a single warning. But duplicate class names might be a good candidate for warnings. Do you check if a class name is defined in a style sheet? No, I don't, because currently I am unable to parse CSS. I have a CSS parser that was contributed by Arnau, who did a ton of work, but unfortunately I haven't had the opportunity yet to integrate it with the main parser. And to do that, I would need to, really learn all the things that he learned about CSS parsing and also probably update his code to the things that I have learned in the meantime. He contributed this stuff almost a year ago by now. So time has passed and I learned a few things in the meantime. So it's a big chunk of work, which I do want to do. I think it's here at the end. Oh no, did I remove it? In any case, sure, I want to add CSS support, but for now we don't have it. Honestly, personally, what I would like to have, first thing first, is auto formatting for CSS. I would like to be able to auto format CSS. That would be really nice. But yeah. Do you support jumping to references of a class name? So I don't parse the CSS, but never mind that I don't recognize the class attribute. I haven't added it yet. So yeah, I can go to definition on foo and I see everything that has foo. I can go to definition on bar and we see all the things that have bar, and bars are fewer. So we can do this. But I'm missing the CSS side of this story. I can't go to definition on a class yet. Yeah, but you did ask for references. So yes, I can jump to references, which are not definitions. Yeah, so we have some of it. This was a good day of work. Suggest tags, completion, done. Suggest attribute names, done. Better error names, done. Holy shit, look at this list. It was gigantic, and now it's really shortening. With one tiny detail, we need to implement every single fucking HTML element under the sun. This is not bad. This is truly not bad. I think that I'm going to stop here. I've been working it's been 8 hours and 28 minutes. Does the HTML standard use IDL? I don't know, but in any case, I need to insert this information in a way in my program that is efficient. So maybe I could use having some like simple data file that contains like definitions and names that I can pull programmatically. But there's still a ton of work that needs to be done manually. Specifically, a good chunk of elements are like simple like phrasing or flow matching rules, but then there's a good chunk of those that have custom rules, and I want to implement them correctly. So for the people who have not seen this, check this out, because I already have some of them. So HTML, really, where's my suggestions for HTML? Did I break them? Oh wait, I think this might be me. Did I disable autocomplete? Sorry. No, I did not. Oh shit, we regressed this use case. How did we regress this? Completions content, yes. You know what we have? Okay, this is what I do, and then I call it a day. This is a thing that we haven't implemented, I think. We have regressed, but then not re-implemented back. This is element completions. Not this one, this one. Dynamic completions. And then HTML. Right. We gave it a static model. The problem, though, is while this is still static model, we actually we have custom content validation, but we still want custom autocomplete. So I never implemented it back, so I'm not going to work on it now. But the problem is this. This is a special HTML is a special element that can only have head and body. So there's like custom code to generate nice errors, which I can demo now. So if I do body, for example, it'll say, yeah, well, you're missing head. And then it says, look, element is in wrong position, should be second. Turns out that if you didn't know, head should be first and body should be second. So I have all these special errors specific to this element. And the autocompletion was also the same. So it was basically suggesting first head, then body. And if you had head, it would not suggest head, because you can only have one. So yeah, I need to reintroduce this. And this is interesting because this is showing us a weird quirk. Basically, our model is not exactly static. We're saying also, yeah, look at this, how weird this is. We're saying that our content model is static and we accept none, but that's not true. I mean, or rather, yes, in terms of main categories, it is correct, but we have a custom content validation. And we still would need a custom attribute thingy, because you cannot derive the custom attributes, sorry, the custom elements that can be suggested from this. So either there's something else that we're missing. Static is just a model and contains categories, content, and extra. So then we would have to have in there something else. So maybe allowing dynamic completions even with a static model. The fact that content validation is a separate entry to this is kind of sus. So still some tweaks to do to the model, but nothing crazy. Are Tailwind CSS like arbitrary class names supported? Yeah, you can put whatever you want in there. And then, I mean, class names are not even meant to necessarily be defined. You can put whatever you want as a class name. And you can use that for filtering. So you could have a class that has no CSS rule attached to whatsoever. And then you just use it to group a bunch of elements together when doing, I don't know, runtimey JavaScript stuff. So, yeah. Okay. We're getting there. Not quite there yet, but we are getting there. It's a kind of a yin and yang thing if you think about it. It's a dynamic content model, but we still have a static aspect to it. And now what we're seeing is that there's a static content model that still has a dynamic side to it? Question mark? Maybe you know what? Maybe it's just on me. Maybe I got it wrong. I should have said that this is dynamic. But in any case, quick question. How do I write an array of 3 U16s to a file? If you're using 0.15, writer should have something for this. Yeah, you can do as bytes, but I think that write has some for the, something for that. Write all, write preserve, print, write byte preserve, splat byte preserve, splat bytes all, write slice swap, write slice endian. Maybe you want write slice endian. So yeah, if you need endianness, I would say use write slice endian and be happy with it. Maybe, I don't know. Or you can just do write slice without. There's also write struct, write int. Write struct. Send file all. So look what they do. They do when okay, so if you don't care about endianness, they do write all and then just pointer cast the slice. Honestly, I would do that. Write all, pointer cast the slice. That's it. Otherwise, let me put it this way. Okay, if that file format is supposed to work on multiple endianness platforms, then you pick an endianness. Let's say that you decide little endian, and then you use you call right slice endian with little endian, and then that file will be a file that you can share with computers that have a different endianness than your computer, and the program will still be able to load it correctly because it knows when to swap or not. So this is the best solution. Otherwise, if you want to just be, you know, if you just want to punch bytes on your hard drive, use write all with a pointer cast. Okay. Let's see. Who's doing Zig today? There are some people doing Zig. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting an ad. Delightful. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Twitch. Okay. I'll send you to Lucas Develops. Have a nice day. Yeah, sorry, not the ref. But yeah, I did a ton of work today. Holy shit. Does Mmap care about endianness? The only situation where you care about endianness is when multiple computers are involved. If you only have one computer in the mix, you don't care about endianness. Okay, enjoy. Oh yeah, man, so much progress today. This list was gigantic and was overflowing. We now have 2 empty lines even. So we're getting there. Thank you all and see you next time. Bye.